Development Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do lay all the 40 statements.
Next order, clerk. Honorable Senators, we do have a supplementary order paper, and I want to assume and hope that you're in receipt of that supplementary order paper. It is the order paper that we're going to use to transact business today. So kindly get a copy of the supplementary order paper, because that is the one that we're going to use today in today's proceedings.
Order number 6, a notices of motion.
Senator Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice of the following motion, being a motion for the formation of an ad hoc committee organization alias NGOs must register Nzenge in Shakahola village, Kilifi County, has reached an alarming 95 persons, while the search for more buried victims continues. Now, therefore, Mr. Speaker, in exercise of its oversight function, the Senate resolves to establish an ad hoc committee to do the following. 1. Investigate the circumstances leading to the death of the followers of the Good News International Church, led by one Paul Mackenzie Nzenge in Shakahola village, Kilifi County. 2. Investigate the role played by one Paul Mackenzie of the Good News International Church, his pastoral team, and the Kilifi County Security Committee in aiding and abetting the deaths of the followers of the Good News International Church in Shakahola, Kilifi County. 3. Establish through the Office of the Registrar of Societies the number and activities of religious groups in this country, including their registration and compliance status. 4. Audit the legal and registration framework for religious organizations in the country. And 5, develop a legislative proposal on regulation of religious activities in the country. And finally, Mr. Speaker, appointed to serve in the committee. 1. Senator retired Stuart Matayo, CBS MP. Senator Wakili Hilary Kiprotich Sigei, MP. Senator Tabitha Mutinda, MP. Senator Veronica Maina, MP. Senator William Cheptumo, CBS, MP. Senator Shakila Mohammed, MP. Senator David Wafula Wakoli, MP. Senator Hamida Kibwana, MP. Senator Richard Onyonka, MP. Senator Eddie Okech, MP. And Mr. Speaker, sir, Senator Abdul Haji, MP, signed Senator Dr. Boni, CBS, Halwale, MP, Senator of Kakamega. Thank you.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honorable Mwenyehaji Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kwa mujibu wa kanuni ya kudumu ya 53(1) kuomba kauli kutoka kwa kamati ya kudumu ya barabara, uchukuzi na makao kuhusu kusimama kwa ujenzi wa barabara ya mzunguko wa Barclays Mombasa hadi makutano ya Jomvu, barabara ya Magongo hadi makutano ya Jomvu Mombasa County, na barabara ya makutano ya Jomvu hadi SGR katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika taarifa hiyo kamati iangazia yafuatayo. Kwanza, iliarifu Seneti lini wanakandarasi wa ujenzi wa barabara hizo tatu watarudi kuendelea na mradi wa ujenzi wa barabara hizo, ikikumbukwa kwamba muda mahususi uliotangazwa kuchukua ujenzi huo umekamilika. Pili, iwapo Kenya inatambua kwamba kutokamilika kwa barabara hizo imekuwa kero kwa wahudumu na wasafiri na wananchi kwa jumla katika maeneo hayo. Tatu, ibaini ni hatua gani Kenya itachukua dhidi ya wanakandarasi hao walioondoka kwenye maeneo ya kazi bila ya kukamilisha mradi huo, ikizingatiwa kwamba hasara kubwa inazokadiria kampuni za uchukuzi kwa kuharibika kwa magari kutokana na ubovu wa barabara hizo. Mheshimiwa Spika, Jumamosi iliyokwisha wengi walikuwa wanaokwenda airport walichelewa kwa sababu barabara ya kutoka Barclays mpaka Jomvu katika maeneo ya Kibarani ilifurika na magari yakawa hayawezi kupita. Wengi walikuwa wanasafiri kwenda kwa SGR, wengi walikuwa wanasafiri kwenda airport, walitatizwa na mvua kubwa na maji mengi yalikuwa yametanda katika barabara hiyo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Maruma.
Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii fursa umenipatia ili kuchangia hoja iliyoletwa na Seneta wa Mombasa, Senator 001 Muhammad Faki, kuhusu barabara ya Jomvu kwenda SGR. Mheshimiwa Spika, naifahamu hiyo barabara na ni kweli hiyo barabara iko mbaya sana. Hiyo barabara ni muhimu kwa sababu inatoa watu Magongo, Jomvu na kwenda SGR. Hiyo barabara inaumiza magari, naielewa, naifahamu hiyo barabara vizuri kwa sababu katika utoto wangu nimekulia maeneo ya Magongo. Kwa hivyo ningeomba kamati ya barabara na usafiri itie bidii na ilete taarifa ya kutosha kwa nini ile barabara imesitishwa kutengenezwa. Kando na hiyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusema kwamba kamati hiyo iko na taarifa ambayo nilikuwa nimeulizia kuhusu barabara mbili za Taita Taveta, ambayo ni barabara ya kwanza ya Taveta kwenda Njukini na kwenda Ilasit. Bado Mheshimiwa Spika, miezi 2 sijapata taarifa ama habari kamili kwa nini ile barabara ilisitishwa. Na ya pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa ni barabara ya Bura Mgange kwenda Veruga, kwenda Undanyi, kwenda Mbale na kwenda Mtomogoti. Barabara hizo zote zimesitishwa na ningependa nipate taarifa kamili kutoka kamati ya barabara ya Seneti ni lini wakandarasi watarudi kutengeneza hizo barabara. Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this statement. Mr. Speaker, the three institutions dealing with matters roads in the country, that is Kenha, Kera, and Kura. Mr. Speaker, this is a very timely statement because today, Mr. Speaker, we are aware in the country there are very many and complete roads. And Mr. Speaker, this arises out of, in my view, two issues. One is the issue of funding by the government. Number two is the quality of the contractors that are always given or awarded these contracts. Mr. Speaker, in the case of my county, I have two roads, Mr. Speaker, which I think faces the same situation like the one in the Mombasa County. Mr. Speaker, a road from Kipsaraman all the way to Bartabwa, all the way to Kenyaj. And then from Laikipia, Mr. Speaker, Karandi, all the way to Mochongoi, then to Marikat. Mr. Speaker, these are roads which has been pending for close to 5-6 years, and contractors are not able to complete. And some of the reasons is because either there is no funding by the government or because the contractors have failed. Like the one from Bartabwa, it is because the quality of the contractor, Mr. Speaker, they were unable to proceed. Mr. Speaker, I think the committee in charge of transport should go beyond the situation in Mombasa County raised by the distinguished Senator of Mombasa, so that, Mr. Speaker, we look at all the roads in the country where they have been abandoned or are not complete because of the quality of the works and because of the failure by government to have failed money. Mr. Speaker, we are told today the outstanding bills for the road sector in the country is at the rate of 96 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, that is a huge sum. And Mr. Speaker, areas like where I've talked about in Baringo County, these are areas, Mr. Speaker, which requires quick intervention so that they help even in security situations. These are areas where sometimes you want to respond to attacks by the raiders and you are unable to access the areas because the roads are very poor, and also because of the economic activity. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the committee should go beyond the situation in Mombasa and come up with the situation almost in every county, and particularly in my Baringo County. Mr. Speaker, in the recent scaling down of the projects of roads in the country, some of the roads have been suspended until further notice. Others are being, continued. So it is, it is very important, Mr. Speaker, that as even we reallocate resources for the roads to other resources, it is important that we realize that if we don't succeed in having our transport systems work well, we are unable to even meet our development, especially in areas where there are a lot of insecurity and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for this question, and I want to request the committee in charge of transport to consider the situation in Baringo, especially those two roads which have stalled for the last close to 4-5 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll move to the next statement. Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek statement from a Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the chronic delays in disbursement of exchequer funds to counties and reports of hacking of IFMIS. In in the statement, the committee should, number one, state the reasons for the incessant delays in the disbursement of exchequer funds by the National Treasury, particularly to counties. Number two, investigate the veracity of reports of hacking IFMIS and clarify whether the government is losing money as a result of that. Finally, state the measures being taken by the national government to protect county governments from hacking while using IFMIS and restore normal operations and enhance service delivery to citizens. I thank you.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support by a statement by Senator Fatuma Dulo on the alleged hacking of the IFMI system, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have my reservation whether the system is being hacked or being interfered by officers in Treasury, Mr. Speaker. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, that system is entirely managed by National Treasury, national government, and county governments have been left to become users, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, don't be surprised that the officers in Treasury have access to the IFMIS data, including the e-procurement module, Mr. Speaker, where they have opportunity to even look at the prices before the tenders are open, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this interference of IFMIS is not something that has just started yesterday. There have been serious interference of IFMIS, and IFMIS has also been used, Mr. Speaker, to actually deny county funds by making sure that periodically and when it is convenient, Mr. Speaker, IFMIS is not working. Mr. Speaker, there are payments, alleged payments that have been made in IFMIS without any services or goods being rendered, Mr. Speaker, because of the interference and the absolute access of IFMIS by only officers in Treasury, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that counties have been forced to use that system to the detriment of service delivery in counties. Mr. Speaker, when funds are allocated to counties, it is up to counties to manage their own procurement processes and pay for the goods and services that have been delivered within the scheduled time, Mr. Speaker. But because Treasury controls IFMIS, they determine when you access, they determine when IFMIS is online or offline. Mr. Speaker, services in the counties have been derailed because of this system. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore imperative that the committee that is going to investigate this allocation make sure that they go deeper into it. And Mr. Speaker, if it were possible, there is need for forensic audit of this IFMI system and the payments that have been made, particularly towards the run-up to the general election, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is a system that was re-engineered in less than 7 years at a cost of more than almost 10 billion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 10 billion, you can acquire a more robust, modern system that can handle the financial transactions of this country for the entire national government and county governments. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, county governments must be given proper access, and they must have the permission to actually authorize Treasury officers whenever they need to access, particularly the county, the modules that are being run by county governments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this IFMIS has been used to pay fraudulent payments in the past, and there is therefore need for the committee that is going to investigate to make sure that they get deeper into it with a view of making IFMIS efficient and allowing counties to be in charge of the transactions that go through IFMIS, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support that statement. Thank you.
Senator Osotsi.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement by Senator Dulo and to say that the hacking of the IFMIS system, if proved to be true, is a serious offense under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act. That if these allegations are proved, then the people involved are liable for prosecution, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I would request that since this matter is touching on both finance and ICT, that this matter would be better handled by joint committees of finance and ICT, because IFMIS, as you know, is an IT system, and there are a lot of challenges, like the challenges that have been pointed out by Honorable Mandago. We have had reports before on IFMIS, even by the Auditor General, that indicates that this system has been used to process fraudulent payment, that this system has not adhered to the best practice of an IT system that is supposed to serve two levels of government. There was also suggestion that we need to have two IFMIS, one for the national government, one for our counties. I think as the committee looks at this, they also need to tell us about how well to implement this. The other day, the IFMIS director appeared before CPIC and said that the system is fully customizable. Mr. Speaker, if this system is fully customizable, some of the challenges we have, like control of budget, not being able to do some operations on the system, why are they not being done? And yet the system is customizable. I think as the committee looks at this matter, they need to look at the deeper issues around the IFMIS. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I recommend that you consider directing that this matter be handled, the joint committees of finance and ICT, so that we can achieve what is expected of this request for statement. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Indeed, this matter is committed to the Committee of Finance and the Committee of ICT. We move to the next statement. Senator Mohamed Chute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two statements I want to read. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on boreholes in Marsabit County. In the statement, the committee should state the number and location of all boreholes in Marsabit County, providing information on whether they are public or private and whether they have fluoride filtration process. 2, indicate the criteria used to identify boreholes for commissioning, stating the requirements and tests conducted. 3, state the measures being taken by the Ministry of Water, Sanitation, Irrigation to curb the high levels of fluoride in water from boreholes in the area. Responsible for cases of dental fluorosis among residents of Moite in Lake Turkana, Elebor and Ambalo in Sololo, among other places. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, disclose the number of boreholes with water declared unfit for human consumption, ascertaining that water from such boreholes is not illegally being distributed for use by unsuspecting residents. My second statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on the staffing policy by Marsabit County Government. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide a report on the particulars of all employees of Marsabit County Government, stating their respective ages, positions, qualifications, remunerations, and terms of service. 2, explain the procedure used by the Marsabit County Government to employ its staff. And lastly, 3, cause an audit into number of personnel employed by Marsabit County Public Service Board, vice versa, those hired by the county executive from August 2017 to date, indicating the cadres of all employees and the source of their salaries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It is so committed. Senator Edwin Sifuna. Before Senator Edwin Sifuna takes the floor, Honorable Senators, I have the following communication to make. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon a visiting delegation from the Parliament of Zambia. The delegation comprises members of the House Business Committee and its staff who are on a benchmarking visit. I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The Right Honorable Speaker, Nelly B.K. Muti, MP, Speaker and Leader of Delegation. Honorable Stamford Mulusa, MP, and the Government Chief Whip. Hon Brian Mundubile, MP, Leader of the Opposition. Honorable Stephen Kampiongo, MP, Whip for the Patriotic Front. Honorable J.E. Banda, MP, Whip for Independent Members of Parliament. Honorable Kampamba S. Mulenga, MP, Member of the Committee. The Honorable Clement Andeleki, MP, Member of the Committee. Mr. Roy Ngulube, Acting Clerk of the National Assembly. Mr. Tanesion Nyangu, Principal Clerk. Mr. Sage S. Samuwika, Executive Assistant to the Speaker. Mr. Barnabas Bwalia, Executive Assistant to the Clerk. Mr. Temwani Nyirenda, Deputy Principal Clerk. Mr. Simon Bwalia Mulenga, Assistant Director. And lastly, Ms. Caroline Silenga, Aide-de-camp to the Speaker. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish the delegation a fruitful visit. As you may have noticed, the delegation comprises of both government and opposition, and therefore I will allow the Honorable Mungatana to make very brief welcoming remarks on behalf of the government side, and Honorable Kajwang to make brief remarks on behalf of the opposition. In that order, kindly proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I want to join you in welcoming the delegation from Zambia. Mr. Speaker, Zambia is a country that has had very warm relationship with Kenya. During the period of our founding fathers, Mr. Speaker, we all remember with affection the old man with the handkerchief, Kenneth Kaunda, visiting Kenya, and equally our president visiting the good country of Zambia in many occasions. Mr. Speaker, this country has distinguished itself in terms of development and democratic practice. They have had a successful transfer of power. And right now, Mr. Speaker, we have a very progressive president who is called HH, who has been serving in the opposition for many times. He had tried to be president, and right now he is the head of state in that country. He has introduced the equivalent of what we call CDF in Kenya, and a lot of good things are happening in Zambia. Mr. Speaker, Zambia is one of those countries which, like Kenya, does not have the requirements of visa. As a result, many occasions, we have held international meetings in Lusaka because going to Lusaka is as easy as coming to Nairobi. And we have actual good relationship with these people, because even when you listen to their morning radio stations, and I have been to Lusaka many times, Mr. Speaker, you will notice that even their accents, Mr. Speaker, are very similar to Kenyan accent. You will find good food in Zambia. They have the nshima, Mr. Speaker, which is the equivalent of our own ugali. Mr. Speaker, maybe the difference is that some of their meat, Mr. Speaker, our equivalent of nyama choma, they would put some sugar in it. So maybe there we might differ a bit. But otherwise, it's a warm country. It's a beautiful country, ready for investment, a country that I would be happy if maybe one of my children can get a wife from there, or maybe one of their sons can get a wife from one of our daughters. Mr. Speaker, we would be very happy to welcome the delegation here and let them feel at ease as they are here in Kenya. We welcome them. Please have a good time while you are here. And please take back your very good words of welcome and our warm heart of welcome back to Zambia when you go there. Mr. Speaker, I have a long history of association with Zambia, because many times we've gone there for COMESA meetings in my capacity as a director of working within COMESA, and it has been a good experience always when we go to that country. Mr. Speaker, I therefore join you in welcoming this delegation and wish them a happy stay while in Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I join you and the House to welcome the visiting delegation from the Republic of Zambia. While he was doing a similar feat, the Senator for Tana River, Senator Danson Mungatana, made an appeal on behalf of his sons. Knowing him very well, I believe that that appeal must have been personal for a wife from Zambia. And so the delegation should take it as such. Mr. Speaker, I admire Zambia because when there is food insecurity in Kenya, the conversation turns towards getting food from Zambia. And I know that the honorable members from Zambia will know that Kenya admires the measures that Zambia has put in place to ensure food security, to ensure production of maize, which is a staple food here in Kenya. And in the political conversation, there have been some comments that perhaps Kenya should start getting her maize from Zambia, or Kenya should get land in Zambia to produce maize in mass quantities. I don't think the solution is in exporting or importing food from Zambia. The solution lies in partnerships within the existing multilateral arrangements for us to share ideas. And now that the delegation is here in Kenya, I hope that the Agriculture Committee can commit to have a conversation with the honorable members just to get a good understanding on what Zambia did as far as policy and legislation is concerned, to get to a point where a rich agricultural country like Kenya is looking at Zambia for food security. Mr. Speaker, we also admire the democratic credentials and practices in Zambia. Zambia has had several closely contested elections. Mr. Speaker, some of the elections have been called with very, very slim margins, margins even slimmer than the ones you have seen in Kenya. We respect the maturity with which the people of Zambia have conducted themselves. We respect the persistence of some of the candidates who have been on the ballot for many years and ultimately have ascended to the highest office. From Zambia, we will learn that in a competition, as long as the rules are fair, as long as the referee is fair, then there should be no problem in losers accepting their loss and winners graciously leading the nation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Zambia is also a case study on what infrastructure can do and the kind of decisions African countries must make as far as infrastructure is concerned. When we were in school, the Tazara Railway was a subject or was a topic that we discussed. And it was about linking countries. It was about providing access for landlocked countries to ports and to other frontiers at the oceans. Mr. Speaker, Kenya at this particular point in time is having a conversation on whether our investments on infrastructure are the right one. Mr. Speaker, if I get an opportunity to meet the distinguished leader of delegation and the Speaker of the Assembly and those very distinguished leaders from Zambia, it would be important for us to share the experiences, particularly with aid from China as far as infrastructure is concerned, with aid from other countries, and how that can impact on Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, I join you in welcoming this delegation, and I want to assure the delegation from Zambia that even though our economy might seem to be bigger, even though our GDP might seem to be bigger, but there are a lot of lessons in terms of politics, in terms of planning for food security, in terms of managing resources, in terms of infrastructure management, in terms of foreign policy that Zambia can teach Kenya. I wish them a fruitful stay, and I want to assure them that this is a long weekend. Monday is a public holiday. They should not be in a hurry. The senator for Nairobi would have become the minister for entertainment in a Raila Odinga government. And so I hereby order Senator Sifuna to ensure that the Zambian delegation is well entertained, well lubricated, and well taken care of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang, thank you for your warm welcoming remarks. Kindly proceed to withdraw the fact that Monday is a public holiday.
Mr. Speaker, Monday is Labor Day, and it is a public holiday. Our other public holiday will be in the subsequent Monday.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
You cannot raise the point of order when the senator has already rested. Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to prove my credentials first as Minister for Entertainment and advise my brother Mungatana that next time you are in Lusaka, try a joint called Granddaddies. They have the best meat. The delegation knows what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant
What is
to...
the point of order, Senator Chirange?
Standing order 105 and also on point of relevance, you know, this is a distinguished delegation. In the government structure executive, there is no ministry called a Ministry of Entertainment. I think it should be sports so that our delegation do not go back to Zambia imagining that there is Ministry of Entertainment. I agree it's part of the name. It's good to raise so that they don't go with the wrong perception. It's the Ministry of Sports and Social Welfare, Mr. Speaker, unless it is on the side of the minority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chirange, we know what constitutes a government ministry, and the Honorable Kajwang was speaking for and on behalf of the opposition. So maybe in their shadow cabinet, there exists a Minister of Entertainment. Senator Sifuna, proceed, please.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Cherargei likes to call himself a Kalenjin warrior, although he doesn't look like one.
Senator Sifuna, proceed.
We don't object. We don't object to those things. It's with a light touch, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Services regarding the status of the operationalization of the Nairobi County Liquor Licensing Board. In the statement, the committee should disclose the amount that has been raised through liquor licensing since the board's creation. Number 2, state the number of youth programs in the form of sporting and related activities that have been created to rehabilitate users of alcohol and drugs. Number 3, state the total amount of funds utilized in the above programs since the inception of the board, disclosing the percentage this represents on the overall budget of the county. And finally, state the county's long-term interventions, if any, to support youth, sports, and drug rehabilitation programs in Nairobi. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chirange.
Mr. Speaker, I support the statement by Senator Sifuna, aka Minister of Entertainment in the Shadow Cabinet, Mr. Speaker, but I've seen his governor on many occasions that the revenue has tripled. I don't know what they mean by on-source revenue, because I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, sir, that Nairobi City County government has a pending bill of 100.5 billion. So, Speaker, sir, it is imperative that on the issue of license liquor, because we have had many cases in some of these estates, both in upmarket, in many estates in this city, Mr. Speaker, where they are saying that bars have been licensed. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, some of these licensed liquor stores have been licensed either within the estates that people live in, whether they are there to the Alcoholics Drinking Act that was passed by Parliament in the past, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on source revenue, when the governor of Nairobi, Governor Johnson Sakaja, has insisted on several occasions that on-source revenue has grown very highly on several occasions. Does it include that the licensing that has been given, especially on liquor stores in the country, Mr. Speaker, in the city? And what are the strategies that, even, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, whenever you issue this license, the issue of where they are given or collecting the money, the issue of morality, Mr. Speaker, in terms of giving this licensing and in terms of collecting the fees that is given. So, Mr. Speaker, the board that is there, when was it put in place? And who are they? And has it been able to sit, Mr. Speaker, and be able to give out license to how many outlets within the city, and in projection of how much within the on-source revenue in Nairobi City County? So I support Senator Sifuna on this matter of because, Mr. Speaker, where I come from, you find in a small center, like even of less than 2,000 people, 1,500 people, the county government has given up to 10 licenses. So the bars are more than the churches. Even if we were to blame these churches that are sprouting up in the country, but you go there, there are many more bars than the churches, Mr. Speaker. And there is a reggae person who sang that when you look outside the window and when there is no hope and you see more prisons are being built than schools, Mr. Speaker, then there is a problem in that society. So I agree that it should not be the issue of Nairobi alone. It should include our counties in terms of approval of licensing being issued. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that statement is committed to the Committee of Labor and Social Services. We'll move to Senator Mohammed Chuta. You had another statement to request. Or had you combined them at the time you took to the floor? Okay, we shall proceed to Senator Chirange.
Go up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, request of the statement on health services provision in Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health Committee regarding health services provision in Nandi County. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should, 1, appraise the Senate on the current state of health facilities in Nandi County, stating the operational ability of medical equipment, availability of drugs, and capacity of essential hospital facilities, giving reasons for any observed deficiencies. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, give reasons for the chronic shortage of essential drugs at the county referral hospital in Kapsabet, which causes patients to purchase medicines from nearby pharmacies and outside the county. Mr. Speaker, sir, number 3, give reasons for the failure of the county government of Nandi to renew contracts of health workers, including UHC, casuals, placing significant strain on the remaining staff, Mr. Speaker, sir. Finally, disclose the terms of engagement and agreements, if any, entered by the county government of Nandi and suppliers of medical services and equipment, stating the amount owed by the county government of Nandi for services and equipment delivered by these suppliers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the good statement by the good Senator of Nandi, good once in a while, like today, on this issue of the state of health in Nandi County. And he has actually been able to highlight some of the most important issues, Mr. Speaker. We have seen in places like Nandi and other rural counties where, you know, very poor people go to these hospitals in the counties, and then you, after being diagnosed with any kind of disease, Mr. Speaker, you are told that now you can go to a chemist shop to go and buy drugs, and then it becomes a trend that is constantly manifesting in our counties. And Mr. Speaker, in that statement, therefore, I'll be very curious if the committee can even go further and discern, apart from people who actually are sending people to go to these chemist shops, who actually own these chemist shops, Mr. Speaker, because if we can know the ownership of these chemist shops, we also want to understand what is the structure of contracts that they have with especially district hospitals and level 2, level 3, level 4 hospitals in these places, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that they become constant customers to these that we were seeing in National Treasury, where 5.6 billion medical equipment services money was supposed to be put in DORA that we've just passed, that the Senate has just passed, and it was just a placement error that the Senate was not able to arrest, but the committee arrested that error and urged this Senate, Mr. Speaker, to be able to do amendment and give the good friend of mine from Nandi that 5.6 billion to take to his county for medical equipment. And Mr. Speaker, he voted against it, Mr. Speaker. Does it mean that my good friend Senator of Nandi did not read DORA and understand that that money was put there and his county had entitlement to that money, and he voted against it in this house? So I think he should not go and stress another committee with that issue, because it's an issue that the Budget on Finance and Committee did deal with, and he himself, he denied his county that money. I think the people of Nandi should know that he voted against it, and he should be responsible for voting against it. People of Nandi must go without medical equipment until the next financial year, so that they can judge this senator for not voting for those medical equipment and denying them that money. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Miraj.
Asante Speaker, na mimi niweze kuchangia katika statement ya Bwana Senator Cherargei. nikisema ya kwamba hata sisi pale Mombasa tuko na hospitali kubwa ya Coast General Referral Hospital, ambao katika mapendekezo ya CIDP pale Mombasa hivi sasa tumesikia governor anataka kutoza ushuru, ingawaje hajajieleza, kwa sababu amesema ile hospitali inafanya kazi nyingi na inatumia pesa za watozo ushuru wa watu wa Mombasa, ndiposa anataka kuleta huo ushuru mpya, japokuwa hajasema atautoza kwa county government ama national government. Ningependa kuchangia ya kwamba Coast General Referral Hospital ni referral hospital ambayo inasaidia counties kutoka Lamu mpaka hata Ukambani, watu wengi huletwa kule. So masuala ya madawa, ukifika hospitali dawa kama Panadol pia inakuwa changamoto. Tungetaka kujua mbona wagonjwa wote ambao wanakwenda kwenye hospitali za serikali ni lazima watoke nje, tena wanapewa directions na madaktari waende kwa chemist gani? Hata mimi ningetaka kujua zile chemist ambazo ziko pale nje, hiyo committee watueleze ni za kina nani na wanatoa wapi dawa ambazo kwa hospitali za serikali zinakosekana. Asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okoit Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In support of the statement by my friend, the warrior from Nandi, Mr. Cherargei, I would like to contribute as follows. One, the problem the good senator has raised is a universal problem. And it's a universal problem that points to a systemic problem. The issue may not simply be a question of episodes of failure to deliver medical services here and there or across the country. It could be a question of design. Is the county government adequately designed to handle clinical medicine? That's the question we should ask. And we should go back to the Constitution in the 4th schedule and ask ourselves whether the people of Kenya devolved clinical medical care or they devolved primary medical care. Secondly, if you have to go as matters stand now, whereby through political machinations, clinical medical care was devolved, then we should ask ourselves, why is the big budget for medicine still with the national government? And I would like the statement, when being answered, I would like to get a contribution or information when the statement is answered. The committee should provide us with the information of what percentage of devolved functions are not funded, and how much of the money left in the national government should be in the county governments. And I think we should stop being a talking shop through making statements and motions and feeling we have achieved anything. We must bite. We must demand that if health is devolved, then the budget should not be in Nairobi. The budget should be in the counties. Because even if you fix the Panadol issues and whatever, you'll find that there's hardly enough money to run our medical facilities on the ground. And so the national government must step up to the plate, or we must hold its feet to the fire and make sure that money follows functions that have been taken to the counties. So I would plead that the committee expands its scope and interrogates, audits, and ferrets out corruption in the budget of the national government's Ministry of Health, where counties are being starved of resources and money is left in Nairobi here to be stolen. We know it's not long ago that we heard of the KEMSA scandals and what have you. All that was stolen went, the KEMSA billionaires are bullying us around with their money, and here we are trying to look in the wrong direction. So I pray that the committee goes as far as interrogating, auditing, and ferreting out corruption in the national government's Ministry of Health budget, and telling this House how much of the money that is being left in Nairobi should be in the counties, and this House should then take action to ensure that that money is taken to the counties. And I will ask the government side not to go to bed with the executive. You are part of Parliament. Parliament is independent of the executive. And our work is to oversight. And when the motion comes here, please, let us ensure that we push the national government to devolve the money that is supposed to be with the counties, so that we can have adequate medical care. Because if you don't have even money to do records, in many hospitals, even people who are keeping medical records are not there. How do you expect to track how Panadol is being used? Let the hospitals be fully equipped, be fully manned, and this problem will go away. But for as long as the hospitals are not fully manned and fully equipped, we shall keep coming here to talk to ourselves, and nothing will happen. So in supporting that motion, I thank the warrior of Nandi for being alert to the moment, and for bringing this very, very emotional statement to the floor of this House. And I pray that the committee does all that it can to make sure that we get to the bottom of this matter, and we get to devolve money from Nairobi to the counties, so that we can have adequate health care as required under Article 43 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I support.
Senator Omtata, on our standing orders, you are supposed to refer to your colleagues as Honorable Senator.
Honorable Senator Cherargei, Senator of the Republic of Kenya, elected by the people of Nandi. A majority whip, is it?
Statement. Senator Omtata, thank you for your comment. Statement by Senator James Murango. Senator James Murango had 3 statements. Those statements are deferred. We'll now move to statements pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)A. That is the statement by chairpersons of standing committees. The chairperson Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 56(1)A of the Senate Standing Orders to make a statement on behalf of the Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations relating to the urgent need for a review of the devolved sector laws that need to be aligned to the Constitution of Kenya 2010. That is the laws that are contributing to the clawback on the implementation of devolution. Honorable Speaker, the Standing Order number 228 provides the mandate of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, and the committee is mandated to consider inter alia all matters relating to devolution, intergovernmental relations, and inter-county relations, governance and management of county governments, cities, towns, and urban areas. Honorable Speaker, by dint of its mandate, the Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations Committee resolved to initiate an audit of all laws existing prior to the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution to identify those that require to be amended in order to align with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, as a result of this, we have found that there are many laws that existed prior to 2010 Constitution that are yet to be aligned to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that Article 2 provides for these laws to be read as though they have aligned to the Constitution, these laws still facilitate the existence of institutions and the carrying out of mandates by national government in contravention of the devolved governance system as provided in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, our team has audited a total of 63 laws in the first batch of the audit, and would want to recommend that the committees of this House be urged to urgently review the laws as assigned to their committees in order to deal with this urgent situation. Mr. Speaker, this exercise is urgent because we are on the 13th year since the promulgation of the Constitution, and I think it's a collective shame that we still have laws in our books that have not been aligned to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Senate takes the first role of responsibility because we are the House that makes the laws that align on devolution. This exercise is therefore urgent, and the committee would like to request that the Senate deploys special resources to facilitate the various committees to carry out this mandate. Mr. Speaker, the Devolution Committee will continue to carry out the audit of the remaining laws, and we will continue to periodically submit further lists of the laws that need to be looked at, and would like the support of all the committees of this House. Mr. Speaker, in this first batch, we are assigning 24 laws to the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, 1 law to the Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, 1 law to the Energy Committee, 1 law to the Finance and Budget Committee, 15 laws to the Health Committee, 1 law to the Labor and Social Welfare Committee, 10 laws to the Land, Environment and Natural Resources Committee, 2 laws to the National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations Committee, 4 laws to the Roads, Transportation and Housing Committee, and 2 laws to the Trade and Industrialization and the Tourism Committee. Honorable Speaker, the committee would like to urge colleagues in the Senate to support this effort and to make it an urgent activity of their committees so that this Senate can be called or can be known as the Senate that took responsibility to ensure that all laws have been aligned to the Constitution and the ongoing clawback against devolution has been tamed. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I wish to register the committee's appreciation for the support accorded to members by your office to work on this work, and the role played by the Office of the Clerk and his Secretariat, who have worked so tirelessly to enable us to submit this statement. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Nderitu.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Yangu ningependa, kwa sababu Bwana Spika nimekuwa mwenyekiti katika seneti iliyopita, nilikuwa mwenyekiti wa ugatuzi. Na ni kweli sheria ambazo amezitaja ni sheria ambazo zinapaswa kurekebishwa. Na nataka kushukuru kamati hiyo kwa kazi nzuri ambayo wamefanya wakiongozwa na Senator Abbas na naibu wake. Na Bwana Spika, ni vizuri kwa sababu hiyo kamati haijaketi tu, wameketi na wakaangalia kile ambacho kinaleta uzuizi katika gatuzi zetu Bwana Spika. Na zile sheria zikibadilishwa Bwana Spika, ugatuzi utaendelea kuendelea vizuri. Na kwa sababu kazi kuu Bwana Spika ya seneti hii ni kufanya gatuzi zetu ziendelee kuwa na nguvu na ziendelee kunawiri Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo nimesimama Bwana Spika kuunga mkono na kuwapongeza kamati hiyo kwa juhudi zao nzuri, na kamati zile zingine Bwana Spika zikifanya hivyo, seneti itakuwa katika kipaumbele kunawilisha gatuzi zetu Bwana Spika. Nasema asanti na napongeza ile kamati Bwana Spika, asanti.
Senator Onyonka Richard.
Mr. Speaker, I think I made an error. I wanted to internalize the matter and then I can participate. My
Senator
sincerest apologies. My sincerest apologies, sir.
Senator Kajwang, are you also the same queue?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm usually very precise. I don't make those kind of errors. Mr. Speaker, I was the chair of the Devolution Committee after Senator Kenyan, Senator for Laikipia. I inherited a very well done job, and when I handed over to Senator Abbas, I can see that they are doing even a greater job than Senator Kenyan, Senator Murkomen, and I did as some of the founding chairs of that committee. Mr. Speaker, many of the laws that have come to this House have been laws on self-preservation. The very first referendum call that came from this Senate was on how to strengthen the Senate. It was about self-preservation. When we get legislative proposals from the Council of Governors, many a times it's about self-preservation, how to strengthen the Council of Governors and how to entrench the Secretariat in law. When we get proposals from county assemblies, like in the legislative conference that we'll soon be having, they'll be self-serving. They'll be about house loans and car grants and how to enhance the salaries of MCAs. Mr. Speaker, I am so happy that Senator Abbas and the team in the Devolution Committee has cast aside those self-serving approach to laws, and now we are looking at the substantive issues that the Senate exists to address. Mr. Speaker, nothing is more urgent than a legislative impact assessment. 13 years of devolution, what has been the impact of the laws that we have in place? And Mr. Speaker, if you are going to have a referendum in this country, of course I know there are other things out there in the political space where people are passionate, but a referendum in this country must have at its core how to strengthen devolution and how to expand the breadth of services and functions that are taken to county governments. Mr. Speaker, the roads bill collapsed in our hands in the last parliament. As a result, the national government is building roads in villages, a job that is clearly for governors. And that money is sitting in Nairobi. And Mr. Speaker, even in last week's debate on the division of revenue, even if we argued that counties should get more money and we still have Kera existing in Nairobi and Kura existing in Nairobi, it defeats the whole purpose of devolution. Another very urgent piece of legislation is a legislation that established the Agriculture and Food Authority. And I'm glad that the fisherfolk decided to set up a fisheries authority. And I know that there's a livestock bill that should again cede livestock matters from AFA. Mr. Speaker, if we were to go with the matrix that Senator Muma and Senator Abbas have presented to this House will be busy, we will be dealing with the right things. Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that when Senator Chute is asking about boreholes in his county, is asking about boreholes and is pushing his governor to drill boreholes, knowing very well that money for boreholes has been sent to that county and it is not sitting in Maji House somewhere in Nairobi. And so, Mr. Speaker, I fully support this. And if you so wish, Mr. Speaker, you should direct that those pieces of legislation that have been referred to committees must be prioritized. And I do hope also that in that matrix, the PFM Act has also been highlighted, the PFM regulations, the procurement laws, because in our experience, the Public Accounts Committee, some of these laws were created when we did not understand the practicalities around devolution. And many a times, some of the things we flag as non-compliance with the law are things that in real sense are impractical to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this, and if any matter is referred to my committee, it will be the most important business in my committee because this is the reason why the Senate exists. Thank you.
Senator Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. In my formative months in this House, I served in that committee as a member before I later joined the Trade Committee. And I want to commend the work that is being spearheaded by the committee's chairperson, Senator Bass, and his vice chair, Senator Catherine Muma. And in this, I would implore that as a Senate, we need to support that committee, because whatever work they are doing is actually the anchor of what the Senate is doing, especially on the issues of the urban areas development that you've been pursuing. I'm also looking forward to issues of transfer of functions. Several years down the line, before we anticipated the devolution, we are yet to really agree on what functions remained at the counties and those that were the national government. There have been several conflicts, and if this committee is supported to actually come up with a way that we can address, then as a Senate, we'll have actually achieved at least one thing in this House. So I want to commend whatever work that the committee has done, and I support the statement that the Vice Chair has just read. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity. I would like to first congratulate the committee on devolution and intergovernmental relations for fishing out the laws that need to be amended to comply with the new constitution. Mr. Speaker, this constitution was supposed to do radical things, but unless we have enabling laws, enabling policies, it is very difficult. We are very fortunate, Mr. Speaker, that this is being done at the time when you are in this House as a former governor, when we have two former governors sitting in this House, because we will be able to actually look at what was not enabled and what has not been enabled for implementation. It is no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that the agriculture, livestock, and fisheries sector has the largest number of laws that need amendment. It is no wonder we have not been able to devolve agriculture properly. And yet, in the Constitution, everything has been devolved except policy. The same thing is in the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health, we have 15 pieces of law that need to be aligned to the new Constitution. And then the third one is land, environment, and natural resources. It's no wonder these three sectors have been highly disadvantaged as far as devolution is concerned. I therefore would like to support the committee in the recommendation that this Senate should focus on that. And as I said, focusing on this time is advantageous more than ever before, because we have those of you who have been governors before. The other aspect that change alignment should take into consideration, Mr. Speaker, is the international laws that the country has, that we have signed, we have ratified as a country. We have ratified the Abuja Declaration. We know the percentage of money that should be going to help the health sector. If we do any amendments, we must ensure that we carry that on board, because we give discussing and arguing over the division of revenue, and yet we are in a country that has actually declared the percentage of money that should be going to some of these sectors. If it has been declared in international law, our law, any international law that has been ratified is as good as our own law. So I'm urging committees, when they sit and look at these laws, that they should come also the international laws that have been ratified by our country, so that we actually inject the same information into our new laws. That way, we will be very clear how much money should be actually going to the devolved units, because it's obvious that health has not been taken care of according to what we have ratified, agriculture has not been taken care of according to what we have ratified, and education has not been taken care of according to what has been ratified. And some of these areas have really affected the social development sector of the country. So I want to congratulate the committee, and as I congratulate them, I challenge the other committees to go and come further, so that we actually come with pieces of law that don't need to be amended in the next 20, 50 years. Mr. Speaker, I support.
We now move to statement pursuant to Standing Order 57-1. This is a statement by the Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to make a statement as the Senate Majority Leader on the business of the Senate for the week commencing 2nd of May, 2023, pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are 27 bills which have been published in the Senate. Out of these, 17 are due for second reading, and 4 are the committee stage of the whole House. A further 5 are undergoing concurrence pursuant to Article 110 of the Constitution and have been enacted into law. Mr. Speaker, 1 bill has been enacted into law. As indicated in today's order paper, at order number 8, debate on the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2023, is still ongoing. As I communicated last week, the passage of this bill is crucial for the unlocking of funds under the Equalization Fund for utilization by counties in financial year 2022-23. I therefore urge colleagues, members of I therefore urge the party whips to mobilize the requisite number of senators for the voting process at the conclusion of the debate, hopefully, preferably today. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to petitions, the Senate has so far received 13, which have been committed to the respective standing committees pursuant to Standing Orders 238-1. 5 petitions are already due for reporting by the standing committees on roads and transportation and housing, agriculture, livestock and fisheries, labor and social welfare, and, Mr. Speaker, justice, legal affairs, and human rights, respectively. I urge the aforesaid committees to expedite the consideration of the petitions and table reports thereon. I also urge other standing committees to process the petitions referred to them within 60-day period as per the provisions of Standing Order number 238-2. Statements are increasingly being sought pursuant to Standing Order number 53 and others issued pursuant to Standing Order number 52. Standing committees are encouraged, Mr. Speaker, to expeditiously consider the statements and report back to the House with the mechanisms providing for under the standing orders. For instance, the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations considered a statement sought by the Senator for Tharaka Nithi County on the relocation of the national government services from Chuka Town to Kadwana County headquarters and tabled a report on the 19th of April 2023. The committee has made some recommendations in the report which require a resolution of the Senate. As such, the committee has filed a motion which is scheduled at order number 17 today. Standing committees are urged to emulate this example, with some going as far as making concrete legislative proposals in the form of bills to address concerns arising from statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, several questions have been filed and approved by the Speaker. At its meeting held on Tuesday, 25th April 2023, the Senate Business Committee approved the second set of questions to be scheduled in the order paper for Wednesday, 3rd May 2023, during the morning sitting. The summary of the questions and cabinet secretaries to appear on that day are as follows. 1. Question by Senator Danson Buya Mungatana to the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport to respond on the marginalization of Tana River County in infrastructural development. 2. Question by Senator Veronica Maina, MP, to the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage to respond on the cancellations of voyages and change of cruise ship destination from Kenya. 3. Question by Veronica Maina, MP, to the Cabinet Secretary for the Education to respond on the suitability and capacity of Bandari College to train seafarers. 4. Question by Senator Mwenda Kataya, MP, Mofire, to the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development to respond on the delay in land demarcation, adjudication and titling in Tharaka Nithi County. 5. Question by Senator Mwenda Kataya Mofire, MP, to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration to respond on the resettlement of displaced residents of Machaveni sublocation in Tharaka Nithi County. And finally, Mr. Speaker, question number 6 will be by Senator John Kinywa Nderitu, MP, to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration to respond on the state of security in Laikipia County and the wider North Rift region. Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge honorable members, senators, whose questions will be scheduled to be available in the chamber to prosecute them. I also urge all senators to acquaint themselves with the provisions of Standing Order number 51A, 51B, C, and 51D, and the guidelines issued by the Speaker on the procedure of questions. For starters, and given the experience from yesterday's sitting, I urge senators to refrain from introducing new questions in the guise of supplementary question in order to manage the limited time that is available on questions. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to pause and thank members for giving us quorum timelessly yesterday that served as the embarrassment of some forces that didn't want the session to proceed. Mr. Speaker, sir, with respect to motions, there are 21 which are yet to be prosecuted by the respective movers. I therefore implore upon all senators who have filed motions to avail themselves in the chamber whenever their business is scheduled on the order paper. You will recall that at times the Senate has adjourned early due to lack of movers of business or lack of quorum. Let us use the available time more wisely. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, 2nd May 2023, next week, the Senate Business Committee will consider and approve the business of the day. This will contain business that will not be concluded on today's order paper and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee. The order paper for Wednesday, 3rd May 2023 and for Thursday, 4th May 2023 will contain business that will be scheduled by the Senate Business Committee, as well as those not concluded from Tuesday and on Wednesday order papers. The Senate Business Committee will also schedule any other business pursuant to the standing orders. Finally, Mr. Speaker, at the rise of the Senate on Thursday, 5th May 2023, the Senate will proceed on a 2-week recess pursuant to the calendar. Regular sittings of the Senate will thereafter resume on Tuesday, 23rd May 2023. I thank you.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 8, motion ad hoc committee to investigate the proliferation of religious organizations and the circumstances leading to the deaths of more than 95 people in Shakahora, Kilifi County.
I rise to move the motion on ad hoc committee to investigate the proliferation of religious organizations and the circumstances leading to the deaths of more than 95 people in Shakahola, Kilifi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move this motion under Standing Order number 62 in an amended form. That aware that under the Bill of Rights, the Constitution of Kenya grants every person the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion, and that every Kenyan has the right to manifest any religion or belief through worship, practice, teaching, or observance, including observance of a day of worship. Further aware that new religious groups, institutions, or places of worship and faith-based non-governmental organizations must register with the Registrar of Societies, which reports to the Attorney General's office. Yet indigenous and traditional religious groups are not required to register. Cognizant that there has been increased activity and membership in extremist occult religious organizations in the country. Concerned that the current recorded death toll of an apparent occultistic religious group led by one Paul Mackenzie Nzenge in Shakahola village, Kilifi County, has reached an alarming 95 persons, while the search for more buried victims continues. Now, therefore, in exercise of its oversight function, the Senate resolves to establish an ad hoc committee to, one, investigate the circumstances leading to the death of the followers of the God News International Church led by one Paul Mackenzie Nzenge in Shakahola village, Kilifi County. Two, to investigate the role played by one Paul Mackenzie of the Good News International Church, his pastoral team, and the Kilifi County Security Committee in aiding and abetting the deaths of the followers of the Good News International Church in Shakahola village, Kilifi County. Three, establish through the Office of the Registrar of Societies the number and activities of religious groups in the country, including their registration and compliance status. Four, audit the legal and registration framework for religious organizations in this country. And five, develop a legislative proposal on regulation of religious activities in the country. And four, make other recommendations that will prevent religious organizations from extreme indoctrination of their followers, including radicalization, spiritual exploitation, and financial exploitation, and submit this report to the House within 90 days. And further, that the following senators be appointed to serve in the committee. One, Senator Mwinyi Haki Faki. Mwinyi Haji Faki, MP. Two, Senator Mungatana Danson Buya, MGH MP. Three, Senator Tabitha Mutinda MP, Senator Veronica Maina MP, Senator William Kipkoror Kiptumo, CBS MP, Senator Shakila Mohammed MP, Senator David Wafula Wakoli MP, Senator Hamida Kibwana, MP, Senator Richard Onyonka, MP, Senator Eddie Okech, MP, and Senator Abdul Haji, MP. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move this motion, and I want to make it brief because this is a matter which has come before this House twice. Members have spoken to many of the issues, but I want to appeal to colleagues that we stand behind this motion, Mr. Speaker, because every day we wake up, every time you follow the footage on real-time television, Mr. Speaker, it becomes more horrifying hour, newsbeat, day after day. Mr. Speaker, it's appalling that only yesterday, in the home of this man, in his own compound, which he calls home, where he lives with his own wife and his own children, they found a mass grave that had children aged between 2 years and 12 years. Mr. Speaker, how a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, all the way up to 12 years child can refuse food in the name of fasting beats logic. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in the immediate neighborhood of his house, of his compound, they then got another locked house. And inside the house, they found little boys. And one of the boys, when interrogated, he told the security organs that Mimi, Mr. Speaker, allow me, under this extreme condition, to die. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, that Mimi, tulipofungiwa hapa, nikapata kopo ya maji. Waliponipata nimekunywa, wakanigonga. Na akaonyesha kichwa, Mr. Speaker, the boy had head injury. These are the kind of people we are dealing with. And this committee, therefore, you owe the 53 million Kenyans that never again will a Christian child, never again will a Muslim child, never again will any child of this country be denied an opportunity to drink water, to eat food in the name of religion. Mr. Speaker, most of you, if not all of you, you have children. Do you know of a child in your home who would refuse to eat? This completely beats logic, and we must come out both barrels blazing. This committee, the calling is high. It is Senator Mungatana who told us yesterday, and I'm glad that, Mungatana, you have met the list. He told us that when Jim Jones, in 1998, in Guyana, Mr. Speaker, when a senator moved on his sect, where 900 people lost their lives by being asked to drink a punch that was laced with cyanide, that senator was killed. This is how sensitive the job that you have taken is. Don't be intimidated by, we will make sure that voters vote you out of parliament. They will not, because the minority are the ones who believe in that nonsense, are the ones who they duped. The majority of the Catholics, the majority of PCA, SDA, Muslims, other evangelical churches that believe in God, condemn this, and they are going to vote for you. Mr. Speaker, it's refreshing that one of the senior bishops in one of the churches has called for an audit, financial audit of leaders of churches. You can see they're opening the gates for us. Because if you do a financial audit, the one who was arrested today in the name of Ezekiel Odero, I am reliably informed, I've not been there, by Senator Madayo, that if you go to his compound, it is like you are in Los Angeles, in Cliff. This must stop. And don't give us a report, Mr. Speaker, that will suggest in any way selective justice. If Yesu of Dongaren in my home is a problem, come for him. And if you're coming for Yesu of Dongaren, this is the time, speaking for this Senate that I'm privileged to serve in. We are only 47 elected and 20 nominated. There are millions of Kenyans who would love to be here today. Because of this privilege, I now want to stand tall on the shoulders of the poor of this country and say that people like the so-called war of some other church should also be propped. Yes. How can somebody stand at a marketplace for 2, 3, 4 months and people keep on dropping their sadaka, ends up buying a public address system, all of a sudden they dupe little boys and girls, they sing music in the evening, they collect sadaka. Before you know it, he has bought a vehicle. Before you know it, he has opened a church. Before you know it, he has opened a television station. Yes, television stations. This committee, we expect that you recommend that people who are owners of churches should not be given licenses to run television stations which they use to spread their gospel of doom. And before you know it, Mr. Speaker, some of them get elected. Mr. Speaker, in the lower house, at the entrance, they have inscribed that Parliament is for the welfare of society and the just government of men. But these days they say the just government of the people. So if we are speaking from this floor that is for the welfare of society and the just government of men and women, then this government must refuse that Kenyan children should die in the name of religion. I wish I could speak good English like Senator Catherine Muma. She said here yesterday that there is no way you can punish this character. Even if you kill him by squeezing or doing all manner of things, you will not give us justice. As a father of beautiful little girls and beautiful little boys and a grandfather of other children, we are going to fear nothing and make sure that the church operates in the letter and spirit of Article 32 of the Constitution. They read the letter, they refuse the spirit. The letter says any person enjoys the right of worship. That letter does not mean the spirit says that if that person believes in fasting as a way to heaven, then that person should force a child who has no idea about the pros and cons of faith to again fast. In fact, at the risk of annoying my colleagues from the Islamic community, months as holy as the Ramadan, at the risk of annoying Catholics to whom I belong, days as holy as Easter, where we fast, that fast should not be extended to children. We should only allow fasting for adults who make a choice, but children to go and play football. to go and play Makola, to go and play Shicholo, to go and play Itiolo, Mr. Speaker, and not be locked in rooms so that they lose their lives. Supposing I had been suffocated, who would today be advocating for the poor? Supporting Oburu Dinga was suffocated to death. The man came to parliament at the age of 51 in 1994, and like a colossal, he has made his contribution to defining the destiny of this great republic for the last 30 years. The boy you are killing today is the giant who will become the Obama of America. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move and request the leader of minority, the senator of Kilifi, to second this motion.
Senator Boni, you are supposed to move the motion in its amended form and beg the permission of the chair to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so guided. I thought when I opened with that remark at the beginning, I move, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this motion, I've moved it under Standing Order number 63, and I beg the Speaker to oblige.
Amended motion under Standing Order 52.
62, the amended.
No.
Yes,
amendments,
sir.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nataka kuunga mkono yote yale katika hii hoja ya kwamba kuna uhuru wa dini. Kujumikika kimawazo, kidini, kimafikra, na pia kuomba Mungu vile atakavyo. Lakini Bwana Spika, tumeona kwamba hivi majuzi kumekuwa na hii shika mshiki ambayo imetokea huko katika maeneo ya Kilifi County, ule upande wa Shakahola, katika eneo bunge la Magarini. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha, na ndio sababu Senate imeona kuna umuhimu kuwa na hili jopo ambalo litaweza kuangalia swala hili. Bwana Spika, tunaona wengi katika wale ambao wanaanzisha hizi dini, na imekuwa rahisi sana katika Kenya kuona kwamba mtu anaweza sasa hivi akaenda kwa Registrar of Societies na aka-apply kwamba ataka kufanya dini yake, na akatoka hapo akiwa na cheti cha kuanzisha dini. Imekuwa rahisi. Bwana Spika, tunasema ya kwamba kuna wengine nia zao ni safi, lakini wengi wao tumeona sasa kwamba ni kwa sababu ya pesa. Na hizi pesa zinaonekana sasa zimeanza kupita mpaka sasa zimeingilia kwamba wale tunaweka mbele katika madhabahu wameziweka mbele sana mpaka zimekuwa kama shetani. Bwana Spika, kuna umuhimu wa kwamba sheria mwafaka zizingatiwe na ziangaliwe. Tumeona kwamba katika yale maeneo ya kule maeneo ya Shakahola, watu wengi ambao wamepoteza maisha. Bwana Spika, tunaona katika kupoteza maisha hii wengi walioathiriwa ni watoto wadogo. Na mimi nataka kukubali ya kwamba kama kuna watu wanapenda kula kwa sababu miili yao iko na nguvu na wako na energy nyingi, ni watoto wadogo. Lakini utakuja kuona sasa mpaka watoto wadogo sasa ndio wengi katika wale ambao wameweza kufariki katika wale wapatikana. Bwana Spika, hii ni ushuhuda tosha ya kwamba yale yote ambayo yanaendelea kule hivi sasa mpaka wale watoto wamepatikana kwamba wamefariki na hata ushuhuda umeweza kupeanwa ya kwamba wengine hawajafariki lakini wameweza kuathiriwa kwa maybe magongo ama silaha fulani na wameweza kupoteza maisha. Bwana Spika, tunasema ya kwamba kunao muhimu ya kwamba hoja hii ni kitu muhimu sana, na hii bunge nafikiria wale ambao wamechaguliwa ni watu ambao ni maseneta ambao tuna imani ya kwamba wako na ile juhudi, imani, na wanaweza kuifanya ile kazi. Bwana Spika, ukiangalia utaweza kuona kwamba hata watu kama sisi ambao tutatoka katika zile sehemu imebidi tujiweke kando, kwa sababu niko na uchungu sana, na katika kuwa na huu uchungu ninaweza kukosea mwelekeo katika kufikiria ama kuwaza ama kujadiliana. Bwana Spika, ndio sababu tukaona ya kwamba nikae kando niweze kuliangalia hili swala kisawasawa, na mimi nitalivalia njuga na kuona ya kwamba suluhisho limepatikana. Bwana Spika, tumeona ya kwamba mara nyingi kuna mzaha unafanywa na hawa wanaojiita wakuu wa hizi dini. Tuliona hata wakati fulani, wakati wa runinga, wanaweka mpaka sindano kwenye vidole. Mtu anageuza maji yaliyo sawasawa ya kunywa anayafanya ni damu, kwa sababu ameweka sindano katikati ya vidole. Na pengine kwa sababu wewe ni mgonjwa na huna imani, anakutia ile imani ya kwamba sasa amekupoza kwa sababu ametoa damu yako ile chafu, amebakisha ile safi iko kwenye mwili wako. Hayo yote tumeona. Mchezo kama huu natakana, Bwana Spika, jopo kama hili letu ambalo tunataka kulifanya hapa liweze kuleta suluhu. Jambo kama hili lisitendeke mahali pamoja katika society yetu. Bwana Spika, nataka kumalizia nikisema kwamba wengi tumewaona katika hawa watu ambao wana mambo ya dini hapa, wamekuwa matajiri, na wamekuwa matajiri mno, na tunaanza kuuliza hizi tonje ama hii pesa tunatoa kama tithe ama pesa ya Jumapili inatolewa, hii pesa kweli inaweza kufanya yule pastor ama padri ama yule mtu kuwa tajiri namna ile? Watu wameweza kuuza nyumba zao, watu wameweza kuuza mali zao, Bwana Spika, ili kusupport kanisa. Lakini saa nyingine inabidi, kwa sababu ametiwa ile imani, lakini sio mapendo yake. Tunasema lazima kuwe na sheria mwafaka, na hili jopo tuko na imani nalo ya kwamba wakati tu wakianza ile kazi wataweza kuja na sheria ambazo zitaweza kutusaidia. Bwana Spika, la mwisho nataka kusema ya kwamba kazi hii ama jopo hili halitafaulu isipokuwa serikali yenyewe ni lazima yajibike. Na hawa maseneta ambao hivi sasa mimi nina imani nao ya kwamba kazi hii wataifanya, wasiogope kutuambia ukweli. Manake najua katika furukuta nyingi watakwenda kupambana na vitu ambavyo pengine itabidi wasiseme, lakini tunawaambia kuwa na moyo, kuwa na nguvu, na usiogope lolote, ukijua kwamba hili bunge ndio limekutuma na litakutetea. Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono na watu wote ambao wamechaguliwa hapa, ni kwamba tuko na imani nao kwamba watafanya ile kazi. Asante Bwana Spika.
Honorable Senators, I do now propose the question. That are aware that under the Bill of Rights, the Constitution of Kenya grants every person the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion, and that every Kenyan has the right to manifest any religion or belief through worship, practice, teaching, or observance, including observance of a day of worship. Further, aware that new religious groups, institutions, or places of worship and faith-based non-governmental organizations must register with the Registrar of Societies with a report to the Attorney General's Office, yet indigenous and traditional religious groups are not required to register. Cognizant that there has been increased activity and membership in extremist occult religious organizations in the country, concerned that the current recorded death toll of an apparent occultistic religious group led by one Paul Mackenzie Ndenge in Shakahola village, Kilifi County, has reached 95 persons, while the search for more buried victims continues. Now, therefore, in exercise of its oversight function, the Senate resolves to establish an ad hoc committee to do the following. 1, investigate the circumstances leading to the death of the followers of the Good News International Church, led by one Paul Mackenzie Ndenge in Shakahola village, Kilifi County. 2, investigate the role played by one Paul Mackenzie of the Good News International Church, his pastoral team, and the Kilifi County Security Committee in aiding and abating the deaths of the followers of the Good News International Church in Shakahola, Kilifi County. 3, establish through the Office of the Registrar of Societies the number and activities of religious groups in the country, including the registration and accomplice status. 4, audit the legal and registration framework for religious organizations in the country. 5, develop a legislative proposal on regulation of religious activities in the country. And lastly, make any other recommendation that will prevent religious organizations from extreme indoctrination of their followers, including radicalization, spiritual and financial exploitation, and submit a report to the House within 90 days. And further that, the following senators be appointed to serve in the committee: Senator Mohamed Faki, MP; Senator Danson Mungatana, MGH, MP; Senator Tabitha Mutinda, MP; Senator Veronica Maina, MP; Senator William Kipkorir Cheptumo, CBS, MP; Senator Shakila Mohammed, MP; Senator David Wakoli, MP; Senator Hamida Kibwana, MP; Senator Richard Onyonka, MP; Senator Eddie Okech, MP; and Senator Abdul Haji, MP. Honorable Senators, the floor is now open for debate. Senator Tabitha Keroche. Senator Maruma, are you seeking clarification or you're raising on a point of order?
Thank you, Chair. I just made some observation today, Mr. Speaker, and I want your guidance, because today we've had strangers, we've had students from a particular school, and they were not recognized nor welcomed. And I'm also seeing strangers again in the public gallery. I think our tradition has it that they need to really be recognized. So I need your guidance, because we're just seeing strangers, which is against the traditions of this House. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we proceed with debate, you'll allow me to make communication. Senators, I'd wish to make a communication, please. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from Muhoroni College and University Students Association. The delegation comprises 17 students who are in the Senate for a one-day visit. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Majority Whip very briefly to make welcoming remarks. Under 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our dear visitors in the gallery, you're most welcome to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, the Upper House. If you cast your eyes across the chamber, you will spot your local senator and probably, if there's a nominated one from your area. Most welcome. Send our greetings back home from where you have come. Thank you.
Senator Tabitha Keroche, proceed. Now, honorable senators, this is a motion, and each senator is entitled to 20 minutes speaking. We need from the onset, if you're to limit debate, we need to do it now. If Senator Tabitha proceeds to take her 20 minutes, it will be impossible for us to limit debate midway. So we get a concurrence, 5. Honorable senators, this matter has come to the floor of the House. This is the 3rd time. So I think 3 minutes would be adequate. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I rise to support the committee that has been elected. But I think I know people have spoken yesterday and the day before yesterday about this Shakahora matter, and it's a very sad matter. We are Christians. Very sad matter that in such a time, the latest technology, that we have churches operating in this matter. I heard people talk of cat, which I don't know whether the cat is a spirit, is it a drug, is it a what? Or what now we need to say, that we have a committee that has been elected to tackle this matter. Can they ensure that what we've been waiting for to regularize the churches will happen this time? We've been in these churches since we were born. I know we thank God that we never came across such churches. I'm a Catholic, and today the Mass that was read in the morning is the same thing that has been read all over the world. So we need to ensure that these churches are regulated. The pastors that are running these churches have done the same course, like the way we have doctors who operate heart. They do one course. So even these pastors must undergo the same courses. We are trying, or the other part of the world has moved, and it is sad that these pastors are taking advantage of the poor or the poverty that people are going through. So I'm very sure even as they are combining all this, they ensure we come up with the laws that will ensure free education. During my time, it was free education. Because those children that are put in those churches and locked, as we saw it in the newspaper, they were not in school. Maybe the parents cannot afford school. So how do we come up with a formula that will ensure that the free education is free as it was before? The ease of doing business must also come.
Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I wish to fully support the motion by Senator Dr. Boni Khalwale, and to congratulate him for guiding this House to go the way that we are going. Mr. Speaker, I support every name that has been proposed for this assignment, and I have spoken before very passionately on this issue. Mr. Speaker, I would want to request that the House considers expanding that mandate just a little. When you read that mandate, it kind of has narrowed this issue to the Shakahola issue. But I believe the public will want, we should be able to open this issue to allow members of the public with cases of other similar situations to report so that the matters are considered together. Mr. Speaker, as we are today, we've heard of rumors, I don't know whether it's rumors or it's true, about yet another religious leader who may have been arrested. There is, the social media is awash with the clips of similar organizations. So it would help if we give this mandate, a little expanded mandate, to allow the committee to receive deliberations or to receive presentations from the public on any other matter. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to speak to the team. We have the highest confidence in you as colleague senators, and my plea to you is that the task you're going to take on may very well be one of the most courageous tasks you'll ever engage in. We request, and I want to request, that you act with bravery, with courage, with integrity, and prepare to pull your every strength, spiritual, physical, mental, to enable you to properly deliver on this job. The whole of Kenya, particularly children of this country, will be waiting for an outcome that can ensure that their rights in the Constitution, their rights under the Article 43, their rights under Article 53, their right to compulsory education are protected at the end of this assignment. Mr. Speaker, the women will be waiting to see the gender.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to support this motion and encourage the members who have been elected or appointed to work diligently to come up with solutions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are all victims of blessings from such pastors that we have seen today, Mr. Speaker. Each one of us has at least met such a pastor without knowing, Mr. Speaker. And as I stand here, we are culturalized or radicalized. I didn't want to use that word, but when we were growing up, we were told never to question a man of God. Mr. Speaker, if a man of God, a preacher, a pastor, tells you to stand, you stand, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've seen photos of people, big people in this country, doing things as ordered by the pastors around, Mr. Speaker. Without mentioning, or with mentioning names, because we want to heal this nation, Mr. Speaker. The party leader of Wiper, Mr. Speaker, was seen aboard the pastor's back, Mr. Speaker, because he was told so. Our president, Mr. Speaker, has been made to kneel before some of these pastors, Mr. Speaker. We have seen the Right Honorable Raila Odinga inside a swimming pool being drowned by some of these pastors, Mr. Speaker. What I'm trying to say, this committee should come up with guidelines, because pastors should be vetted before they are given certificates or they are given licenses to lead any Christian congregation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves why we have this kind of pastors, and why are we victims? Because most of us are, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is because of social alienation. Some people, Mr. Speaker, when they lose their loved one through personal crisis, they think it's only a pastor who can help them. So if you meet a pastor who does not understand the doctrine, he might lead you to where Pastor Mackenzie has led our people. And don't say those people are stupid, those who followed. I'm only saying it's only that we never came across maybe that pastor, Mr. Speaker. Maybe one of us will be in that Shakaholo today as we speak. So to protect the honorable members, to protect the people of this country, we need pastors to be going a rigorous exercise before they are given their license, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we do have Carl.
Time is up, Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Karl Marx described religion as the opium of the masses. In this Senate, the work that we do here is to try and bring sanity to what we consider insane. Last year, in the last parliament, we had the Solai ad hoc committee. And this morning, I'm happy to notice that in the newspaper, the judges agreed with the report that we submitted, and I was a member of that committee, that the owners of the Solai Dam have a case to answer. The distinguished senators, whom I have a lot of faith in, who have been tasked with a mandate to investigate the massacres, the atrocities in Kilifi, I believe are men of integrity and people who will be able to assist this country move further. The challenges that we have, Mr. Speaker, which I spoke about when I was making my contribution, and is about ignorance. The biggest challenge we have in this country is that we're quite gullible. And because of poverty, this new opium of the masses really just takes us into other areas where we become numb to the reality of things. I do hope that when the committee would be looking at this, and Mr. Speaker, this is something that I speak from my heart. This is highly commendable for this Senate, especially after we've made a few mistakes in terms of things that we've done to do with revenue to our counties. This is an opportunity now for us to redeem ourselves, to be able to go out there and really assist the people of Kilifi, and also, to a large extent, the people of Kenya. And I really look forward to the recommendations which will be made, and possibly prosecution. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I hope that there will become a time when we can be able to put a maximum number of people who will worship in a particular church. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boy.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa hii na mimi pia niweze kuchangia. Mheshimiwa Spika, kusema la kweli, maafa ambayo yametokea hivi juzi huko Kilifi ni maafa ambayo yanasikitisha katika ulimwengu mzima. Katika kila runinga katika nchi nzima, sio hapa, sio CNN, sio Al Jazeera, inaangazia kuhusu maafa yaliyotokea huko Kilifi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni ya kusikitisha, na Mwenyezi Mungu ajalie tu hii nchi yetu tuwe na amani na watu wa watulivu, kwa sababu imefika pahali sasa kila siku Mheshimiwa Spika unakuta kwamba maiti inafufuliwa. Hata wewe unashangaa wewe mwenyewe maiti hizi zilizikwa namna gani katika pale pahali Shakahola, ili walizikwa namna gani Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hii kamati ambayo imechaguliwa kwenda kufuatilizia kushughulikia hili jambo, na waomba hao maseneta, na mimi na imani nao kwamba wataweza kushughulikia na kufuatilizia kujua kwamba hii shida ilianzia namna gani na ilianza namna gani Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi kama Wakenya na sisi kama maseneta tuna huzuni kwa hili jambo limetokea, na kama Kenya sisi lazima kwanza tuombe nchi yetu iwe na amani, na haya makanisa yenyewe kwanza yajitakase, yaje pamoja ili jambo liunganishe, tuweze kutatua hili jambo kama sisi wenyewe wa Kenya hapa. Mheshimiwa Spika, sitaki kusema mengi kwa sababu tukisema mengi tutalizana bure hapa. Jana mimi niliposikia kwamba maiti zimefika 99, 103, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi mwenyewe nilimaka. Nikasema kwamba sisi wenyewe leo paka tuambiwe kwamba kuna maiti 103 zimepatikana Shakahola. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata sina la kusema mimi, isipokuwa sasa lilobakia ni kumwomba Mwenyezi Mungu manini ukweli upatikane. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. And as I do so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that for the time I have lived in this country, Mr. Speaker, I have not witnessed the kind of a situation we've seen in Kilifi. And Mr. Speaker, it is upon this House, Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 8 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, a state, a religion in this country has no state. There's no state religion. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, all our religions enjoy similar status in terms of before our laws. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is an area where there has been a lot of abuse by those who have been either trained to be pastors or to be bishops, and so on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every member of this House is a member of a particular religion or a particular church. And Mr. Speaker, we believe so much in what our spiritual fathers, our bishops, our pastors preach to us. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it is as a result of this that a lot of our people, like in Kilifi, Mr. Speaker, have been subjected to this kind of torture and killings. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the terms of reference of the committee, especially number 4 and number 5, it speaks to a situation where, Mr. Speaker, we need to come out or come up with legislative and legal framework which can, Mr. Speaker, help the country and this House in regulating these charges, so that, Mr. Speaker, we make it stringent and difficult for anybody who would want to be a pastor and to own a church, not just to wake up one morning, look for a place of worship in the streets in Nairobi, and then beginning to gather people and becoming a leader of the church, and thereafter misleading, because their foundation is not based on the biblical principles of the Bible, but based on what they believe in. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that I'm a member of this committee, and as requested by Senator.
Time up, Senator. Senator Wambua Enoch here.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to make a contribution to this motion. I will be very brief. I'll begin by thanking the Speaker for directing that we follow this direction. Because, Madam Speaker, it shall be remembered, and it's on record, it's actually the Speaker yesterday you said, bring a motion and let's form an ad hoc committee, we deal with this matter. For that wisdom, I thank the Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go straight to the composition of this committee. I see in this committee able senators with capacity to get to the bottom of this matter and not just limit themselves to what has happened and what is happening at Shakahola, but to make a contribution to bringing back sanity in the church and in religion. Madam Speaker, I know you are in this committee. And through my interaction with you, Madam Speaker, I know you preach the gospel of the risen Christ. Madam Speaker, this is an opportunity for you and your colleagues to bring back honor to religion. Because what has happened in Shakahola, Madam Speaker, is perhaps the biggest shame to befall religion, especially Christianity, in this country. Well, Speaker, no wonder the Bible says that judgment will start in the house of God. And I wonder what will happen to people like Mackenzie when they appear before the judgment seat. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I pray that this Senate shall facilitate this committee fully to undertake whatever trips they have to undertake. And I recommend that this committee visits Rwanda to ask the question, what did the president of Rwanda do when his country was faced with a mushrooming of religious organizations that were actually business entities? Madam Speaker, the House and the country is looking up to this committee. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Wambua. Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to just say a few words. Madam Speaker, this committee is going to be investigating some extremely sensitive security matters. It has been alluded in this House, Madam Speaker, that there could have been collusion, because there is no way that this kind of thing could have been going right under the nose of security agencies. Madam Speaker, I didn't know I would serve in this committee, so as I speak to this motion, I would be advising myself that the Constitution under Article 239, Subarticle 5, it states very clearly, as a principle in this country, security agencies are subordinate to civilian authority. And Madam Speaker, this committee is the highest expression of civilian authority from the Senate to interact outside for a specific select purpose. Madam Speaker, we want them to act with a lot of boldness. We need them to call all the security heads that were dealing with this matter during that time, during the subsistence of these happenings. We want the truth to come out. We want boldness. This select committee must exhibit authority from the civilian, because Kenyan people want answers to this question. And Madam Speaker, my prayer is that at the end of it, we will come with very fundamental legislative proposals that will find favor in this House and the National Assembly, so that this country will move forward. We will change this negative happening, the events that have made this country cry, that the crying and the tears of Kenyans and the people who are affected directly and those who have been horrified by what has happened, we will turn those tears into something productive that will give rise to a good nation where people will know that they will be taking their children to Sunday schools, and where they will be worshiping, they will not be exposed to radicalism, to cultism, and things that will destroy them. I thank you and I support this motion. Thank
you, Senator Mungatana. Senator Jones Mwaruma Mwashusha.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa ili kuchangia hii hoja ambayo imeletwa na Seneta wa Kakamega Mheshimiwa Boni Khalwale. Naunga mkono hii hoja na naunga mkono majina yote ambayo yameletwa, tukianzia na Seneta Mwenyehaji na Seneta Mungatana, Tabitha Mtinda, kwenda mpaka chini Seneta Abdul Haji. Nafurahia vile kumechanganywa watu ambao wana uzoefu mkubwa, na pia vile wamechanganya watu kutoka dini tofauti tofauti, zikiwemo Mheshimiwa Spika wa Kristo na Waislamu. Mheshimiwa Spika, najua kwamba hii kazi ambayo wanaenda kufanya si rahisi, ya kujaribu kung'amua ukweli wa matukio ya maeneo ya Kilifi, huko maeneo ya Shakahola, na matukio ambayo yalipelekea vifo vya watu zaidi ya 95. Mheshimiwa Spika, Nafikiri nikiangalia hizi hoja ambazo zimeangaziwa hapa, ningependa niseme ya kwamba inatakikana tupanue majukumu ama mandate ya hii kamati, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna uchunguzi ambao unatakikana kufanywa kuangazia yale majukumu ya asasi za kiusalama na vyombo vya dola, kuangazia yale mambo ambao walifanya ama walifaa kufanya na hawakufanya. Mheshimiwa Spika, tuko na NIS na tuko na police na tuko na DCI. Ilikuwaje kwamba matokeo haya yakatokea yote bila asasi za usalama kugundua? Kwa hivyo yale majukumu yaongezwe ya hii kamati ili kuangalia yale mambo ambayo yangefanyika na asasi za usalama na dola za kitaifa, walifanya mambo gani na gani hawakufanya. La mwisho, Mheshimiwa Spika, hii kazi wanaenda kufanya ni ngumu, kwa sababu kuna ibara ya 32 ambayo inaangazia uhuru wa kuabudu wa wananchi na pia uhuru wa kidini. Kwa hivyo najua kutakuwa na mapendekezo mazuri ambayo yatasaidia kunyoosha barabara ya kuhudumu ama kuangazia masuala ya kuabudu katika Kenya yetu. Na shukuru kwa huu mswada, na tutangojea mapendekezo ya kamati ili tuangalie vile tutatengeneza kanuni za kusaidia kuendeleza mambo ya dini Kenya. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you. Senator Tobiko Pesi Peris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I arise to support the motion that has been moved by the majority whip. It is timely. It is very important for this country at a time like this, Madam Speaker, where we have seen churches that have been turned into death chambers for Kenyans, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, even as I arise to support, I do agree with Senator Muma that it should not be narrowed down to only Shakahola. I think it should be open for public participation so that Kenyans come out to speak and give the harrowing experiences they are going through in various, under various persons who call themselves pastors and they are not. Madam Speaker, I say this with a very heavy heart because this has brought shame, this has brought disrepute to the Christian community. I say this because I'm a Christian, I'm a believer, and I know the Bible says that you do not kill, but 95 Kenyans have been buried. 95 Kenyans have been killed by a person who says he professes the Christian faith. And so to read out such characters, because we still in this country have noble men of God, we have bishops, reverends, and pastors, and evangelists, and believers who follow Christian faith, who know God, and our God does not accept killing. I say this, Madam Speaker, so that the arena, the religious arena, is cleaned and we get sanity, Madam Speaker, so that Kenyans and our young people will still have a chance to know that there is God and that they can believe in God and not follow characters like Mackenzie and the others that we have seen. Madam Speaker, I have always wondered, I have watched some TV stations and we have seen characters, and most of the times it's women who get affected.
Senator, your time is up. Senator Pesi. Senator Agnes Mudhama Kavindu, it's your time.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion by a majority whip. And Madam Speaker, the people who have been appointed to lead this investigation are worthy people. I have a lot of trust in them. And I would want to thank Senator Bonnie Halwale for recognizing this as a cult list. This is not a religious body or church. This is a cult according to the Bible and according to what this false prophet has done to Kenyans, innocent people. Because even in the fasting in the Bible, Jesus wants people not even to be known when they are fasting. So you cannot go around ordering people to fast. And there is a proper fasting that is given in the Bible. So if this man wanted people to pray to go to heaven, he would have ordered them to pray according to the Bible. And because this is a cult, he ordered them to fast until they die. That is ungodly, that is unbiblical. This is a cult teaching false doctrine. So Mackenzie is a false prophet. And there are many other false prophets in this country. And I would want to request these people who will, these senators who will be following this and doing what the Senate has requested them to capture even those other false prophets. I remember from 2009 to 2017, I was preaching in Biblia Usema, and I was mostly given messages for these false prophets. And I dealt with them until most of them left Biblia Usema, went and opened their own radio stations. What I want to say is, even as we regulate the church, let this JOPO or committee regulate this church, the churches, according to the biblical values. And if we follow the biblical values, for sure there will be no false prophets. We will never experience what we are experiencing today. Because the church must continue, the church must be there, and the church, the gates of hell will never prevail against the church. And so this false
Thank you, Senator Kavindu. Senator Dirito John Kenywa.
Asante Bi Speaker kwa kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza kabisa nataka kuchukua fursa hii kusema ya kwamba naunga mkono mswada huu na pia kamati ambayo imeteuliwa Bwana Bi Speaker ya kwamba ni watu ambao wana uwezo na ujuzi wa kutekeleza hayo majukumu Bwana Bi Speaker. Bi Speaker, lakini ningependa kwanza kuambia kwamba ijulikane wazi ya kwamba mambo haya ama jukumu hili tunayowapatia kama seneti si jukumu ndogo, ni jukumu zito, na nimemsikiza Mungatana akiongea na tayari amekubali kwa sababu anajua ni jukumu nzito na wataenda kukabiliana na majukumu mazito. Nikijaribu kulinganisha nasema wataenda kukabiliana na mazimu yenyewe Bwana Speaker. Bi Speaker, kwa sababu ukikumbuka kama wakati seneta wakati walipokuwa wameenda kuangalia mambo ya Jim Jones, ilifika mahali akauawa yule seneta. Kwa hivyo hata hawa seneta wetu tunaambia majukumu ambayo mtapambana nayo ni majukumu magumu, lakini najua mko tayari na mmevalia njuga muweze kukabiliana na kuenda mpaka kitovu cha haya maneno. Ni vizuri, sisi tegemeo letu ni ninyi. Vile vile Bi Speaker, nikiangalia katika kitabu cha Kisima cha Nginingi, ninaona mhusika mkuu akisema ya kwamba eti anapofika kanisani hawaoni waumini kama waumini, anawaona ni kama customer wake. Kwa hivyo hata hapa nilinganisha hivyo, kwa sababu ulafi ambao unaonekana katika nchi yetu, unapata wahubiri wengi hawaoni kana kwamba wale ni waumini, wanaona wale ni kama ni wateja wao. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri wakati nyinyi, na nimeona ya kwamba Wafula atakuwa pale, muyaangazie kabisa, tuangalie vizuri, tuone Speaker, kwa nini? Ni kwa sababu ya umaskini tulionao katika nchi ya Kenya. Watu wetu waumini wanaenda wanafunzwa mambo ambayo hafai, na ni vizuri, si wachungaji peke yao wana makosa, hata sisi kama waumini tuna makosa, kwa sababu tunapaswa kuangamua ni lipi mbivu na ni lipi mbichi. Mtu anawezaje kukuambia, nilikuwa nikiangalia kitu kingine katika simu yangu, ati anaongezea mtu nguvu za kiume. Sasa mimi ninaangalia nashindwa. Speaker, mimi niliogopa na nikashindwa, ikiwa nimeona watu wanapanga foleni, Mheshimiwa Onyonka, ati waweze kuongezewa nguvu za kiume, nashindwa. Na hii si hospitali. Baada ya hapo ulafu naambiwa sasa toa sadaka. Speaker, ni vizuri kamati hii iangazie hayo mambo na iangalie kindani, na nataka kumpongeza askofu wa kanisa la Katoliki wa kutoka Nyeri ambaye amesema ya kwamba waangaliwe, yeye atakuwa mstari wa mbele kuleta hela walizonazo, mtu utajiri wake uweze kuangaliwa, kwa sababu utajiri ndio unaleta changamoto katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, watu wakijaribu kutafuta umaarufu wa hela pamoja na umaarufu.
Thank you, Senator Kenywa. Senator Oburu Odinga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to confess that one time I was a member of a select committee like this one, which was investigating the death or the assassination of a former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Kenya, Robert Ouko. And Madam Speaker, I would like to warn this committee that these are very sensitive issues. When you are in a select committee like this, you are dealing not just with simple religious leaders. You are not dealing with simple priests who are godly, but you are dealing with criminals. These are criminals who hide under religion, and they make a lot of money. And therefore, when they are in this kind of business, it is very sensitive, because when you go there, money will be flying also around you. And you will also be touching on the feet of certain very, very important people, even leaders in this country. So when you are in a committee like this, you must be committed. And there will be a lot of temptation. But all of you must be united together so that you can bring out the truth. Because if you don't bring out the truth, you will have sold Kenyans. Because we want this committee to put a stop so that this kind of heinous crime is never repeated again in our country. I saw my brother, Honorable Aluale, almost losing his tempers. But this is something on which we should lose tempers. Because when you have, this kind of death, it's not simple death. This is a massacre. This is a massacre. It is worse than those assassinations we were investigating. Assassination is a single individual who is killed. But this one is now killing people en masse, and not from Kilifi. These people are from all over Kenya. So Kenyans are suffering, and our religion, and I'm a Christian, I'm an Anglican, and Madam Speaker, I believe that my religion is being besmirched. Really the fate of my religion is also at stake, because people will not believe us. People will not believe these people in flock who come to preach, when some of them can spring up, somebody can spring up and kill.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Karen Nyamu, it's your time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the silence of those who could have spoken then, and the indifference of those who could have known better, and the inaction of those who could have acted, Madam Speaker, have brought us to these insane levels of impunity orchestrated by this cult leader in the name of religion. I want to commend the government, and in particular the Ministry of Interior, for their efforts so far in unraveling this menace. And I also want to note, Madam Speaker, that this cult movement got entrenched so strongly during the rule of the handshake regime, when the man who was in charge of security then was busy fighting the then Deputy President and his team. Madam Speaker, even though religion and freedom of worship is guaranteed under our Constitution, I want to support those who have said before me that it is time that we regulated
What is your point of order, Senator Sote?
Madam Speaker, I'm raising on a point of order standing order number 105. Is the Senator in order to talk about the handshake regime when the Speaker has ruled in this House that there is nothing called the handshake government? That is one. Two, is she in order to mislead this House that this problem was with the so-called handshake regime? Can the good senator produce evidence to that effect?
Senator Karen, the Speaker has made a ruling regarding the handshake, reference to handshake government, with respect to substantiating. Respond to that.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the use of the word handshake government, but it is in the public domain. The timings of the activities of this cult under the leadership of Pastor Ezekiel, we can see from what we have seen and what has been revealed, the time that they were operating is between when we had, I don't know, the substitute for handshake, when our former president got a collaborative government with the official opposition leader, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as I was concluding, I support the regulation of these religious bodies so that we can stop misleading our people, taking advantage of the poor to make ourselves, for those leaders, religious leaders, to make themselves rich quick. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Nyamo. Senator Onyonka Richard Momoima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to spend about 2 minutes on this matter, which is so weighty and important to our country. I would like to thank my leader, my brother, Honorable Boni Halwale. The history of this country will view you well. I think, Madam Speaker, if you look at the issues that we are dealing with now about these churches, number one, it is a reflection of where our country has reached. It's a reflection of the poverty levels and standards that our country has reached. How do you take intelligent people, some of them senior officers in government, some of them work in banks, they drive cars, they live in nice neighborhoods, and yet you find these people going somewhere and being told that this is water for the blessings of your fortunes? I would like, with our team leader, Honorable Halwale, for us as a team, given this responsibility, we will have to follow up. These people, individuals who are made to be pastors, what qualifications do they have? Do they even know what the Bible talks about? Number two, the tons and tons of money that you see flowing around them, the buildings. Madam Speaker, if you see the cars that these people are driving, if you look at the lives that they live, and you know what is ironic, Madam Speaker, is that some of these individuals are actually given state security. You would think there is a president who's being secured by the time they are going to the services. What do we do with the atrocities that have been committed against our people? The people who have lost their lives, is there going to be compensation for them? Can we freeze the assets of these individuals without preempting and discussing the issue at hand? I think, Mr. Speaker, this matter is weighty, but we are prepared and ready to serve our country, and we are brave enough to come up with a report that will be honest and sincere on where we are as a country on this matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Seki Lenku Ole Kanar.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to rise also to support this motion by Majority Whip on the issue that is an issue which is a very emotive issue in the country. And I believe that this is a time when we will come up with very important legislations or regulations that gives Kenyans a direction on how to undertake these issues of religion. I'm looking forward to support or even to see the resolutions or the reports from the committee that has been nominated. But I think also they need to be very candid enough, very courageous, and to make sure that they have looked at all means or every law and every regulations that is there to make sure that they are not going to interfere the religious rights, because we are Christians, others have different denominations or different beliefs, which are also given or even mandated by the law. But I think it is good that they have it, they look at it in a very sensitive manner. I want to believe that this is a cult. It is not a church. This is a cult religion. And that is what we need really to understand and believe. And this is not a pastor. It's just a thug. It's just a, I can say a thug, because you cannot just have a willing to kill people, or even children. People who have vision, who have good ideas, who should have been, leaders of tomorrow in this country. So I think I want to strongly believe, because even Christianity, if we can talk about it, the religion, a serious religion or Christian religion, have programs, have procedures on how to make somebody a pastor. You go through a theology college. And I think these are the things that the committee should come in with, at least to put some procedures, some mechanism to make sure that these people will not just wake up from one corner and make themselves pastors. So I want to believe we have a lot of hope, and we believe in the committee, we trust in the committee, and we know that they will come up with a very robust report that will support and even.
Time up, Senator Seki. Now we can have Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku, Lamka.
Asante sana Madam Speaker kwa kunipatia hii fursa pia niweze kuchangia jambo hili ambalo ni muhimu sana katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Madam Speaker, nataka niseme kwamba nataka nipongeze Senator wa Kakamega Boni Harwale kwa sababu ya kuleta mswada huu wa kuweza kuona kwamba jambo hili limeweza kushughulikiwa mara moja, ili mambo ambayo sasa inayotendeka katika sehemu hiyo ya Shakahole isiweze kuendelea kudhuru watu wetu. Na pia niseme kwamba Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwamba niko na imani kubwa sana na hii kamati ambayo saa hii imeweza kunakiliwa hapa, ambayo inatarajiwa kwamba iende iangalie shida na matatizo ambayo yamekuwa kikumba wale waumini wa lile dhehebu. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, niko na uhakika ya kwamba kamati hiyo itaweza kulete mapendekezo mazuri katika nyumba hili, mapendekezo ambayo yataweza kuzuia maafa ya baadaye kupitia kwa watumishi ama wahubiri ambao wanataka kutumia waumini wao kimakosa, waweze kuwaangamiza kwa sababu pengine ya manufaa yao wao wenyewe. Ningependa waweze kulete pendekezo ambalo tutakalo lishuhudia katika hili nyumba, ambayo itakuwa ni ya kutoa kama onyo kwa wahubiri ambao wana nia mbaya ya kuweza kuona kwamba wameweza kufanya kazi hiyo ya kuhubiria watu kwa njia ambayo haistahili. Madam Speaker, ile kitu ambayo saa hii nchi hii inayoangalia ni vile ambavyo kamati hiyo italete mapendekezo, na sisi kama wajumbe tuweze kuona kwamba jambo hilo tumelitilia mkazo na liwe ni jambo ambalo litakuwa na kanuni ambazo zitakuwa za kusaidia jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Madam Speaker, naunga mkono.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wahome wa Matinga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also like to support the motion. Let me start by passing my message of condolences to the families that lost their relatives through this macabre commission by one psychopath called Mackenzie. However, Madam Speaker, as I commend the team that has been put together to look at this matter, I would want also to say, Madam Speaker, we know that we cannot pass a blank condemnation of the churches. Indeed, Madam Speaker, we know that it is the church that at the bottom of the community development through mobilization that has been able to take us, some of us, where we stand today. Madam Speaker, sir, religion is a unifying factor. Some of the people have tended to misuse it. But these very few individuals, Madam Speaker, they must be treated as criminals, as extremists, the same way we treat the terrorists. Madam Speaker, it is quite unfortunate that in a community, society, that's so intertwined like Kenya is, that this heinous act could happen without the security system noticing that it is happening. It is indeed, Madam Speaker, a time for us to reevaluate our standing as a society, where we do ask whether we really become our brothers or our sisters keepers. Madam Speaker, it is in the public domain that religion has propelled this country from the freedom, fight for the freedom, to where we start today, to education contribution. We know that we cannot downplay the role of the religion. However, Madam Speaker, a few rotten eggs in this basket, Madam Speaker, should not lead us into blank condemnation of the whole religion. As I wind up, Madam Speaker, I would want to commend Senator Haruare for putting up a competent team of senators who have what it takes to go around, not to intimidate the religion, but to come up with measures and means, and possibly with an approach that will help us avoid such an occurrence in the future. It is therefore, Madam Speaker, the duty of this House to come together condemning this act, but at the same time also supporting the region, because we know that it has served to unite Kenyans in the hour of need. I therefore support the team, Madam Speaker, and as I say, it is important that we get to the bottom of this.
Thank you. Senator Okech Eddie Isheru.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me opportunity to
just give a few thoughts about this. I want to thank Senior Senator, the Majority Whip, Senator Boni Aluale, for this thoughtful committee. I think that since I came to this house, I've served in one of these kind of committees, and I think that this is one of the most satisfying ones. Because, Madam Speaker, governments are formed among men and women so that they can protect property and life. We have lost lives in this. We have therefore lost property as well in this. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the only regulator that then we end up sticking with is how do we make this country a virtuous country, Madam Speaker. And that virtue, Madam Speaker, makes me believe that the greatest virtue that we are going to do in this committee, which is why I'm humbled to be in this committee, is justice, Madam Speaker. Justice is a concept that is, according to Cicero, the crowning glory of all virtues, Madam Speaker. And I want to say categorically, as a member of this committee, that we start with the families that have lost their loved ones in this heinous crime, Madam Speaker. I want to tell them sorry. We, as a people, have failed you. But in my traditional community, where I come from, they say that 1 hour in the execution of justice is worth 70 years of praying. And this committee will give you that justice. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I want to say that justice knows no friendship. And therefore, we know that there are secrets that are being hidden on this issue, whether by those who are performing these cults within churches or outside churches. And I want to tell you that this committee will show you that justice knows no friendship. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to encourage that justice is the result of public opinion. And I want to encourage this committee to be able to encourage transparency in its entire, I'm part of it, that's why I'm communicating, to encourage transparency in the entire process, and that is why I'm against even gagging media from not airing things that are going on in Shakahola. And as I finish, Madam Speaker, I can assure you that because religion and politics is where people in this country don't need education, we will make sure that our politics and our religion are sanitized to make sure that people are qualified to lead our country in a virtuous path. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator William Kemoikis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's so sad that these things are happening in Kenya this day and age. Madam Speaker, this criminal is actually not a pastor. We need to call Mackenzie a criminal, but not a pastor, because as a Christian, devoted Christian, you know, Mackenzie has brought some disrepute to the Christian faith. And I believe Mackenzie is not a pastor, because one of the 10 commandments, God said to not kill. And this is what Mackenzie was prophesying and cheating the people, especially those who are vulnerable, those who are sick, those who have maybe issues with their family, those who are bereaved, and then they are cheated by these flamboyant and prosperity-breaching criminals. Madam Speaker, this particular committee is very competent. Thank you, Honorable Kalwale, for sitting down, identifying, and also getting the terms of reference for this committee. Because what we expect from the committee is to come up with serious recommendations, especially in terms of legislation, to ensure that we don't have a repeat of the same issue. In fact, one of the issues that I wanted to add is, Honorable Speaker, is there are most of these prosperity breaching the so-called judges, Honorable Speaker, on Sundays and other days, some of them have TV stations. I'm thinking Communication Authority of Kenya need to review the licenses for these particular groups so that we can reform. If they are not teaching according to the Bible, then what business do they have in cheating our people? Madam Speaker, one of the issues that Archbishop Mueria said yesterday, which I propose that the committee also looks into, is we check the financial status of these particular people. we audit their lifestyle, so that if, like the 800 acres in Kilifi, that should be repossessed quickly by the government and redistributed to the people of Kilifi. Because this was gotten through extortion. In fact, yesterday, Madam Speaker, one of our colleagues said one of his constituents sold a piece of land, 18 million. And they took this 18, out of 18 million, they took 11 million to the so-called Pastor Ezekiel. You know, who is the same criminal like Mackenzie. Madam Speaker, I support this team, and we ask them, please do a good job. Don't fear. God is with you, so that you give justice to our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Okoit Andrew Mtata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this motion, which I support. And I also support the members of the committee. And I congratulate the venerable Senator of Kakamega, Honorable Halwale, for bringing this motion. He has shown us true leadership in this House. I contribute by saying that we are dealing with con artists, and the country is full of con artists, be it in politics, be it in religion, wherever. This country is full of con artists who attribute whatever they do to supernatural powers. And these con artists have manifested themselves in many ways. And right now we are dealing with one set of con artists who have manifested themselves through religion. And I would like to call upon the Kenyan National Commission of Human Rights, which is entrusted under the Constitution with the duty to defend the Bill of Rights. Where is this commission when fellows come onto national media and make what is obviously fraudulent claims? We have seen people being lured to take their sick people from hospital to these rallies, and they die on the road, going there, or they die at the rallies. Nothing is done to these people. And they go out on national TV and they prosecute their fraud to convince people to follow them. I support the submissions that the CAK, the Communications Authority of Kenya, should crack down on digital TV stations. We have all manner of characters, con artists calling themselves apostles, pastors, prophets, and all manner of names that you cannot understand what they mean. And we have got a political elite which encourages this, and this is on both sides. I have seen the president, I have seen the Honorable Raila Odinga and their acolytes kneeling before these con artists. And that is validation of distortion of the gospel of Christ.
Time up, Senator Okoit. Now we can have Senator David Wakoli Wafula.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Kwanza nikushukuru Mheshimiwa Senator Kakamega Boni Khalwale kwa kuleta hoja hii kwenye jumba hili ili mambo ya kiroho vile vile yaweze kujadiliwa kwa akili na yaweze kudhibitiwa kimwili. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika vyombo vya habari na katika mashinani kule tunakotoka, tunaona maajabu na tunaona vituko. Kwa mfano, unapata mhudumu wa Injili anawarai wafuasi wake wainue marinda ama watoe mishipi, na kugusagusa sehemu zao za transformer, Mheshimiwa Spika, na kuwapa matumaini kwamba watapata uponyaji ama watapata watoto. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna wale ambao wanaambia watoe mashati na unamwona mhudumu anagusagusa matiti na anacheka kikejeli akisema na wewe hauogopi televisheni. Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima wananchi wa Kenya wapate haki. Injili inahubiriwa kwa ukweli. Uongozi wa makanisa lazima uwe na kielelezo kwa jamii, kwa tabia na matamshi. Kuna vituko unapoona televisheni, Mheshimiwa Spika, unashangaa. Tuko katika vioja mahakamani ama tuko katika kukuza nyoyo za Wakristo tukitarajia urejeo wa Kristo Yesu? Mimi kwa niaba yangu, watu wa Bungoma na jumba la Senate, tutafanya kazi hii kwa uadilifu. Tutawapa washikadau wote nafasi kujieleza. Muungano wa makanisa wako na nafasi wajieleze. Walimu ambao hufunza watoto hao kwa shuleni, watoto hao waeleza walimu mambo mengi, wajieleze. Viongozi ama vyombo vya dola vile vile watueleze. Lakini msimamo ambao tutatoa kama jumba la Senate, lazima serikali iwe tayari kutekeleza mapendekezo yetu, kwa sababu najua wengi waliapa kutetea baadhi ya wale ambao tunashutumu leo, na wataogopa kwamba iwapo watawashutumu huenda upako ambao waliahidiwa hautarudia tena. Mheshimiwa Spika, sitaki kupita hapa, ni kushukuru na kuahidi watu wa Kenya kwamba tutafanya kazi kwa uwazi, kwa ukakamavu, kwa upole, kwa uwajibikaji, ili Wakenya wasiporwe, wasipunjwe, wasihadaiwe, wasidanganywe, ila wawe na uwezo wa kuamua njia wataka.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Osotsi Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will start by congratulating the distinguished Senator for Kakamega for bringing this motion, which is very key at this time when the country is shocked by what happened in Kilifi. Madam Speaker, the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu defined religion as like a knife, which can either be used to cut a piece of bread or to stick it in someone's back. What Mackenzie has done is to try and use religion to stick it in people's back. And that is why we are discussing this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I fully agree to the need to regulate religious organizations in this country. It is a high time that this is done because it has been implemented in other countries, Rwanda, and even United States. We have a law that governs the formation, the regulation of organizations, religious organizations. So why not here in Kenya? Even though we have Article 32 of the Constitution that talks about freedom of conscience, religion, belief, and opinion. But, Madam Speaker, you are aware that article is also guided by Article 24 that talks about limitation of rights and fundamental freedom. So you cannot have absolute rights on matters to do with worship, on matters to do with belief and religion. So it is important for us to have this regulation. Madam Speaker, I've looked at the names of the senators who will sit on this committee, and I think they are up to the task. They are competent enough. My only fear, Madam Speaker, is availability, because this particular assignment is going to be time-consuming. This particular assignment will require a lot of traveling. If I look at the list, Madam Speaker, I see 3 members of the Speaker's panel. I see 4 members who belong to critical committees of PAC and PIC. I see 3 chairpersons of committees. I am concerned about that, Madam Speaker, even though I agree that these members are competent enough to do this work. But availability will be a challenge. Madam Speaker, the matter of regulation of churches, you remember it was first addressed by
your time is up, Senator Chirarike, Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank the Majority Whip for bringing this motion before the House, and we support with the membership. We believe, in fact, those membership that has been appointed regularly, their intention is to always represent the Senate. So it is the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Two quick things, Madam Speaker, as they go, they need to operate with the Mangi principle. Hear nothing, see nothing, and say nothing, Madam Speaker. And we should also be careful not to do blanket condemnation of our churches. Because at the end of the day, we need to be very careful. Every profession has its own conartist, as my brother from Busia has alluded to. Even lawyers, we have lawyers who are rogue. We have politicians who are rogue. We have civil servants who are rogue. So what we should be doing is to advocate weeding of rogue pastors or rogue church leaders, including the Hindus, the Muslims, the Christians, who might be rogue, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want also to advise the government not to promote knee-jerk reaction, because we might end up using emotion of the country in getting into innocent ministers and men of God into the wrong side. So government should also take time, avoid knee-jerk reaction on such situation and appealing to the national emotion. I know it's emotional, but we should not take this opportunity to, because I know this country, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we have a very short memory. After 1 month from now, tensions will be down, emotions will be down, and then we'll start another circus, Madam Speaker. So mine is to agree that we need to regulate churches. We need to know who the church leaders are, Hindu leaders, Muslim leaders, so that we can get on the right trajectory. But this committee should only, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, should be to give the country a legislative intervention on how we can regulate, our churches, mosques, Hindus operate, and how the leaders, qualifications, who are they, where do they come from? Is there a background check on who these leaders are? And I think, Madam Speaker, that should be the ultimate goal. And I want to advise them, they should fear not. They should go and give policy and legislative intervention to make our religious institutions and organizations work very well in tandem with our faith. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. There are no other senators who are interested in contributing to the debate. So I'll now call upon the mover of this motion, Senator Boni Halwale, to proceed and respond or move to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have spoken to the motion.
Madam Speaker.
I'm very sorry. Madam Speaker, we have spoken to the motion, and the House is clear. It is unanimously behind the motion and behind the Select Committee. We therefore look forward to the conclusion of the process. If nothing will come out of this, then let there be a proper, comprehensive legislative proposal. Madam Speaker, I respond.
Thank you, Senators, for this debate. Pursuant to Standing Order 84.1, I hereby make a determination that the matter does not affect counties. Honorable Senators, I put the question that, aware that under the Bill of Rights, the Constitution of Kenya grants every person the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion, and that every Kenyan has the right to manifest any religion or belief through worship, practice, teaching, or observance, including observance of a day of worship. Further aware that new religious groups, institutions, or places of worship, and faith-based non-governmental organizations, NGOs, must register with the Registrar of Societies, which reports to the Attorney General's office. Yet, indigenous and traditional religious groups are not required to register, cognizant that there has been increased activity and membership in extremist occult religious organizations in the country, concerned that the current recorded death toll of an apparent occultist religious group led by one Paul Mackenzie Nthenge in Shakahola village, Kilifi County, has reached 95 persons and counting, while the search for more buried victims continues. Now, therefore, in exercise of its oversight function, the Senate resolved to establish an ad hoc committee to, number one, investigate the circumstances leading to the death of the followers of the Good News International Church, led by one Paul Mackenzie Nthenge in Shakahola Village, Kilifi County. Number two, investigate the role played by one Paul Mackenzie of the Good News International Church, his pastoral team, and the Kilifi County Security Committee in aiding and abating the deaths of the followers of the Good News International Church in Shakahola, Kilifi County. Number three, establish through the Office of the Registrar of Societies the number and activities of religious groups in the country, including their registration and compliance status. Number four, audit the legal and legislation framework for religious organization in the country. Number five, develop a legislative proposal on regulation of religious activities in the country. And number six, make any other recommendation that will prevent religious organizations from extreme indoctrination of their followers, including radicalization, spiritual and financial exploitation, and submit a report to the House within 90 days. And further, that the following senators be appointed to serve in the committee. 1, Senator Mohammed Faki, MP. 2, Senator Danson Mungatana, MGH, MP. 3, Senator Tabitha Mutinda, MP. 4, Senator Veronica Maina, MP. 5, Senator William Kirol Cheptumo, CBS, MP. 6, Senator Shakila Muhammad, MP. 7, Senator David Wakoli, MP. 8, Senator Hamida Kibwana, MP. 9, Senator Richard Onyonka, MP. 10, Senator Eddie Okech, MP. 11, Senator Abdul Haji, MP. Honorable Senators, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 8, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2023, second reading, resumption of debate interrupted on Wednesday, 26th April, 2023.
Senators, we shall now resume the debate that was adjourned yesterday. I want to call upon Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta, to debate.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii fursa umenipa ili kuchangia huu mswada wa fedha za usawazishaji wa maeneo tofauti tofauti ya counties ama Equalization Fund Bill. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningefurahia kuongezea sauti ya watu wa Taita Taveta kuandamana na maoni yao kwa huu mswada. Kabla sijaendelea, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusema kwamba naungana na maseneta wachache wakiwemo Seneta wa Makueni Mheshimiwa Daniel Maanzo kwa kupinga huu mswada, kwa sababu huu mswada unaendelea kubagua maeneo tofauti tofauti ama magatuzi tofauti tofauti Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wa Taita Taveta waliunga mkono hii katiba kwa sababu ilileta usawa wa ugavi wa rasilimali kupitia njia mbili. Njia ya kwanza, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa ni ugatuzi. Na ugatuzi ulihakikisha ya kwamba fedha zinatoka kutoka katikati ama Nairobi na zinaenda kwa magatuzi. Njia ya pili ambayo ilinuiwa kuhakikisha ya kwamba maendeleo yameenea kila mahali nchini na kuleta usawa katika magatuzi ambayo yaliachwa nyuma kimaendeleo, ilikuwa ni ibara ya 204 ambayo ilileta fedha ama mgao wa usawazishaji katika magatuzi tofauti ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati tulipata uhuru kulikuwa na ile sera ambayo iliitwa Sessional Paper number 10 ya mwaka wa 1965 ambayo ililetwa katika baraza la mawaziri na Mheshimiwa Waziri wa Mipango huo wakati aliyekuwa anaitwa Tomboya. Katika ile sera ilisema ya kwamba tumepata uhuru na tunakusanya ushuru, na je, tutatumia mbinu gani ili tuendeleze Kenya kwa uharaka zaidi? Na Mheshimiwa Spika, katika ile sera ambayo naangazia ya Sessional Paper number 10 ilisema ya kwamba tupeleke pesa nyingi zaidi katika maeneo ambayo yana rotuba na maeneo ambayo yana mvua nyingi. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ule wakati ile sera ilikuwa ni ya usawa kwa sababu ama ni ya sawa kwa sababu tungepeleka pesa maeneo ya kati ama Central Kenya, watu wapande kahawa, wapande majani chai, tuuze ng'ambo, tupate ushuru, tuajiri wananchi na tupate fedha za kigeni. Tupeleke pesa mkoa wa Magharibi ama Western Kenya, watu wapande sukari, tutengeneze viwanda vya sukari, watu waajiriwe, tupate ushuru na pia tupate ajira kwa wananchi wetu, na pesa zingine ziende kwa bonde la Ufa ama North Rift, watu wapande pia kahawa na majani chai na kadhalika. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, miaka 50 baada ya hiyo sera kupita, hatukuweza kuwa na mipango yoyote ya kuhakikisha kwamba maeneo ambayo yanaachwa nyuma kimaendeleo yataendelea namna gani. Na ule usawa ulikuja wakati wa hii katiba ya mwaka wa 2010. Mheshimiwa Spika, kando na ya kuwa juzi tumepitisha sheria ya kugawanya pesa kati ya serikali ya kitaifa na serikali ya ugatuzi almaarufu Dora, ambayo tulishangazwa na maseneta ambao walikataza magatuzi yasipate pesa zaidi, ambalo ni jukumu la maseneta wote ama nyumba ya seneta kulinda ugatuzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii sheria ambayo imekuja saizi ambayo tunataka kupitisha ya Equalization Fund Bill inaendelea kunyima kaunti yangu ya Taita Taveta fedha, wakati wa mfumo wa kugawanya ama kuangalia yale maeneo ambayo yatafaidi kwa hii Equalization Fund ama pesa ya kusawazisha magatuzi. Taita Taveta ilikuwa nzima inafaidi. Wakati wa kupitisha mfumo wa kugawanya hizi pesa kwa mara ya pili ama second generation, tulipata kwamba Taita Taveta imepewa wadi 2, Mheshimiwa Spika, peke yake, ambayo ni wadi ya Kasigau na wadi ya Chala, wadi 2 kati ya wadi 20 za Taita Taveta. Mheshimiwa Spika, huu mgao wa kusawazisha magatuzi ulikuwa tayari umewekwa ua ya kwamba hizo pesa zingeenda kuangalia ama kuangazia huduma za barabara. Na je, leo nauliza, ile tume ya ugavi wa pesa ama CRA ilifanya utafiti namna gani na kugundua ya kwamba ni wadi 2 peke yake Taita Taveta ambazo zinafaa kupata ule mgao wa kusawazisha magatuzi ama equalization fund? Mheshimiwa Speaker,
What is your point of order, Senator Chiradege?
You know, Madam Speaker, understanding order number 105, and you know we should separate politics and facts, because they say facts are stubborn. Madam Speaker, today the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, ascended to the National Division of Revenue into law today in the morning. Me and Senator Mwaruma have the benefits of having served in this house together. In the last financial year, and this is very cheap politics that our brothers from minority side are trying to sell cheap things to the public. In the last financial year of 2022-2023, where we appropriated on the same floor of the house 370 billion. In this financial year, which we are starting in the next 1 month, of 2023-2024, the allocation of counties has increased by 15.3 billion. The money that is going to counties is 385 billion.3 that is going to counties. Madam Speaker, is it in order for my brother Senator of Taita to mislead this House and the country for political convenience and capital that money meant for counties has been cut? And Madam Speaker, mind you, this is 24% of the latest audited accounts. The Constitution says at least 15%. So those statements that he's making on the floor of the House are good for political rallies and other forums, but not on the floor of the House, because we have increased 15 billion. Is it in order for him to mislead the House that we have slashed money is going to the counties, yet we have increased by 15 billion?
Senator Mwaruma, can you clarify whether you had indicated there is a reduction of money going to the counties?
Mheshimiwa Speaker, asante. Na rafiki yangu Senator Chiradege, tumekuwa naye kwa hili bunge na tumefanya mambo mengi pamoja. Nafikiri Mheshimiwa Speaker, tulikuwa na ripoti ya kamati ya fedha na bajeti ambayo ilikubaliana na tume ya kugawanya pesa CRA ya kwamba magatuzi yanafaa kupata bilioni 407. Na hiyo kamati ya fedha na bajeti inayoongozwa na mstahiki Gavana Senator Party Leader Ali Roba walileta mabadiliko katika ile bill ambayo ilitoka bunge la kitaifa, ambayo ilisema ya kwamba tupatie magatuzi bilioni 385. Kamati yetu ikasema tufanye mabadiliko, tupeane magatuzi bilioni 407 kulingana na mapendekezo ya CRA. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni ukweli ya kwamba, and facts are stubborn, maseneta 22 walisema ya kwamba serikali ya kitaifa haina pesa, tupeane magatuzi bilioni 385. Kama haikutokea hivyo, basi tuangalie kumbukumbu ama Hansard ya hii Senate. Kwa kuendelea, Mheshimiwa Speaker,
you are satisfied, Senator Chiradege. You can continue.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwa sababu muda wangu bado utaumia na nafikiri leo ni kama siku ya mwisho. Asante.
But it's just still responsibility of fact. So, you know, when you say the committee report, this House has power to amend its own report, to reject its own report. We have done before. But the question he wanted to be fair to Kenyans is that in the last financial year, 370 billion went to the counties. The president has ascended today to 385.3 billion. It means additional 15 billion has been added to counties. So he brings 407 billion. That was a report that we rejected by the House. The facts are stubborn, as he said, because last financial year, we gave counties 374 billion. There is an increment of 15.3 billion. Now it is 385 billion. So my brother, Senator Mwaruma, who I have tremendous respect, should just be honest and just tell the House that there was an increment of 15.3 billion, although him and others wanted 47 billion. So that the country or the public, so you know, Madam Speaker, as leaders, we must behave and talk with a lot of integrity. Because if you say money meant for counties has been cut, from what level? Is it from 370? Is it adding 15 billion means has been cut? Unless English are changed, Madam Speaker.
Proceed, Senator Mwaruma.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na ni ukweli wa mambo kwamba kamati ya fedha na bajeti ilifanya kazi nzuri, wakatuletea ripoti nzuri ambayo ilikuwa inapendekeza tusikubaliane na bunge la kitaifa kupeana kaunti bilioni 385, wakaongeza mpaka bilioni 47, lakini bunge hili la Senate walikataa na wakasema tutapatia counties bilioni 385.
Do you wish to be informed by Senator Edi?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
A very short time to do
Yeah,
that.
I'll just take 1 minute, Madam Speaker, to clarify something here that I think that the Senator of Nandi wanted to confuse my dear brother and a very good senator who actually stands for devolution. Madam Speaker, Senator Cherargei cannot purport that there is 15% increase because money has gone between 370 billion to 385 billion. Cherargei should know that there is something called inflation, which is why the Committee on Finance was very keen on recommendations that were looking at cost of commodities and cost of expenditure that grows in counties, Madam Speaker. I want just to clarify so that my good senator here can understand that when you look at the inflation that we have in the country right now, is 9.2%. When you look at what has been added of the 15 billion, if you do the math, then it comes to 5.2%. That means that the nominal value that we have added is 15 billion. But the real value of the money that we have given counties, we have actually reduced it because it will be 9.2% minus 5.2%, you get 4%, and that 4% is what you have denied the counties. So in reality, the value for money that we are going to give counties is going to be 350 billion. Madam Speaker, that needs to be very clear, and we need to know in terms of real money, because it's inflation. There is no, it is inflationary calculation. The real money is actually 350 billion in terms of the real money, the value of money. So Cherargei must know that, and he must not mislead the good senator.
Senator Edi, pose it. What's your point of order, Senator Cherargei?
Madam Speaker, as a statement of fact and responsibility of fact, Senator Edi, you have given Senator Edi an theater to mislead everybody. We understand no economics. It's not that when he sees us keeping quiet, we understand economics. You cannot mislead the Republic. Yet the Kenya Gazette shows that counties have been given 385 billion. And you are telling this country that it has even been cut to 350 billion. Madam Speaker, where does he get all those facts? This House, you must give facts and evidence, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we are aware of inflation and all those issues that you are talking about, Madam Speaker. But when you look at, in fact, I have said the latest audited accounts, 23%, up from 15%. Madam Speaker, the fact remains, there is evidence. The law has been signed into place, 385 will go to counties. I know Senator Edi Okej and his group of minority, anyway, it is understandable for them. They want to hang to any straw because they are drowning, because they want just to have political experience and capital. Madam Speaker, 385 billion will go to counties, and that is a fact. Unless you can contravene from anywhere, Madam Speaker, so let it remain that way. We don't need a lecture of economics class to mislead the entire public.
Now we will have Senator Mwaruma continue. Resume your seat, Senator Eddie, so that we can give a chance
thank you,
to
Madam
now the main debater to proceed.
Nashukuru sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa sababu naongea kuhusu uhitaji wa wananchi ama eneo la Taita Taveta la hii pesa ya usawazishaji wa magatuzi. Ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika, kama hii pesa ilitengwa kwa sababu kuna maeneo yaliachwa nyuma kimaendeleo na Taita Taveta ilikuwa ni kati ya hayo maeneo. Na hiyo pesa iliyokuwa ua ama kwa kizungu ilikuwa ring fenced, ni ya kufanya mambo ya hospitali na madawa, ni ya kufanya mambo ya kupelekea wananchi maji, ni ya kufanya mambo ya kupelekea wananchi stima, ni ya kujenga barabara. Je, leo hii wakati wa njia ama mfumo wa kugawanya hii pesa wa awamu ya pili kuacha Taita Taveta inamaanisha ya kwamba Taita Taveta imepata barabara? Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba, nimeona taa, lakini ukweli ni kwamba nimeongea kama dakika 5. Huo ndio ukweli wa mambo, kwa sababu nimekuwa na point of order na point of information. Kwanza nilifikiri kwamba nitaenda mpaka mwisho wa huu wakati. Ati taa inanishangaza. Nizimie taa basi. Nizimie taa, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Proceed on, Senator Mwaruma.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Kama hii pesa Mheshimiwa Spika ilikuwa ni ya kujenga barabara, ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba Taita Taveta hatuna mabarabara. Ile barabara ambayo iko Taita Taveta ni barabara za kitaifa, ambayo ni barabara ya kutoka Nairobi kwenda Mombasa na imepitia Taita Taveta kutoka Mtito Andei kwenda Macnan Road. Ile barabara ambayo iko Taita Taveta ni barabara ya kitaifa ambayo imetoka Voi kwenda Taveta na kwenda Holili, Tanzania. Katika kuangalia barabara ambazo ziko Taita Taveta, ile ambayo iko katika kaunti yetu ambayo iko na lami ni barabara kutoka Mwatate kwenda Wundanyi, na hizo kilomita 15. Katika eneo bunge la Wundanyi peke yake tuko na kilomita 2 peke yake, ambayo ndio eneo bunge Kenya nzima ambalo liko na barabara kidogo zaidi ya kilomita 3. Kama ule mgao wa kusawazisha pesa za kaunti ulikuwa na kutengeneza mabarabara, tuko na mabarabara mengi Taita Taveta ambayo hayajatengenezwa, yakiwemo barabara ya kutoka Maungu kwenda Kasigau, barabara ya kutoka Voi kwenda Mbololo kwenda mpaka Ndii, ya barabara ya kwenda kutoka Veruga kwenda mpaka Mgamboni. Kwa hivyo barabara bado hatujapata, na tulikuwa na uhitaji wa hiyo pesa ya kusawazisha maendeleo ya maeneo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama ni mambo ya maji, hatuna maji na tunaendelea kutengwa. Taita Taveta serikali ingetupatia tu pesa kidogo kupitia kwa hii pesa ya usawazishaji ama equalization fund, ama kutoka pesa yoyote tufanye miradi ya maji. Tungetoa maji kutoka Chala Taveta tukaletea watu wa Taveta, watu wa Mwatate wakafanya ukulima. Tungetoa maji kutoka Mzima tukapelekea watu wa Taita Taveta. Leo hii maji ya Mzima phase 1 yanatoka Taita Taveta, lakini watu wa Taita Taveta wanapata maji kidogo sana. Maji mengi yanaenda Kilifi, yanaenda Kwale, yanaenda Mombasa. Mtu wa Taita Taveta hana maji. Tungepata pesa hii ya equalization, tungetoboa bomba la maji la Mzima 1, tukapeleka maji mpaka Kigombo Dam na tukajaza hiyo bawa la Kigombo na tukapeana watu wa Mwatate maji na watu wa Voi maji. Lakini tumenyimwa. Leo tunapata ya kwamba ni wadi 2 peke yake Taita Taveta ambazo zinapata hii pesa ya ugawaji ya equalization fund, ambayo ni Chala. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu ya kumbukumbu, Chala inapata milioni 6 na laki 339 shilingi 919, na Kasigau wanapata shilingi milioni 6 1998 na milioni na
Time up, Senator. We added you a few more minutes, so now it's Senator Tabitha. resume your seat. Senator, I've already called Senator Tabitha.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I stand to support this motion of equalization of fund. Nakuru County is known to be one of the best agricultural areas, but there is a lot of people, urban poor people settlements around Nakuru town, Elbagon, Gilgil, Naivasha. Nakuru town, Nakuru County neighbors, many counties, and most majority of them use the Nakuru County as their for their services. And I want to pick one of it, which is the hospital, the medical, where we have counties like Narok that uses Naivasha Referral Hospital as their hospital. We have the Nakuru Level 5 Hospital, where we have the Kericho County people, Bomet, Baringo, and even all the way from Eldoret. They all come to Nakuru County Hospital. And when we look at the equalization fund, the one we've been given, to me I can say it's unfair, because it's about 8 million. And when you look at why this money is given, is to ensure that it cushions areas that are lagged behind and where there are many people that are living below the poverty line. If you look at the people living in Nakuru and the people the areas, some of the areas that are neighboring our counties, like Baringo, where they've been given 400 and something million, you will see areas in Subukia like Weseges. It is the same area, it doesn't grow anything. You come to Solai, Soin, which is in Rungai, it's the same. So for me, we will support this motion, but the way it was done, the equalization fund, the mechanism that was used is not fair. And to me, I believe it could have been done better than what was done. Maybe what the government needs to do is to ensure that they bring back the grant that they used to give the level 5 hospitals, so that even as we are supporting the neighboring counties, because you can't differentiate the people living in Nakuru when they go to the hospital or using our hospitals. So the level 5s, our level 5 hospitals, that's Nakuru County and Naivasha level 5 hospital, you find there it's servicing. Instead of servicing the 2 million residents of Nakuru County, we talk of over 15 million people. So they need to bring back that grand fund that they used to give to the level 5 hospitals, so that we can cushion the hospital from the high traffic that we experience every day, so that our people can enjoy the facilities of their hospitals. I know the national resources, what the county government contributes to the national GDP is immense, but we don't seem to enjoy from the national resources. I know Narok, they enjoy theirs. I know the agitated, we are not agitating, like we are not agitating, like some of the counties that are neighboring us, who are now benefiting from the national resources. Nakuru County, as even you see the senator, is more modern and civil, but we seem to be suffering. We seem to be suffering from our from being agitating. So I think it's bad to see the government pushing us to all the Kenyans to be agitating so that they can start to benefit from their national resources. So I think they should consider ensuring that the Nakuru people, we enjoy and I mean, we take, we enjoy our national resources and they support us so that even this money, when we are talking of the equalization fund, maybe we will not be talking about it if we were allowed to enjoy and take the advantage like the way our neighboring counties like the Narok, when they enjoy the Masai Mara National Park. Even us, if we are able to enjoy ours, I'm very sure we will not be talking of this equalization fund. But being given 8 million, the whole county, then if the government knows that this county is like the center, is like the home of many of the neighboring counties, that the Baringos, the Bomets, the Kerichos, the Narok, they all come to our hospitals. I think they should have considered that. But now many requests being asked, a lot of questions being asked, or the formula that was used to give out this equalization fund, but we support it as Nakuru County, but we say it could have been done better than how it was done. So hoping, going forward, as we support the motion, going forward that this equalization fund will be looked into and see which formula is being used so that it can be seen as equal and is uniform and is supporting every person, and especially counties like Nakuru County, that is the government, the national government is benefiting more than most of these counties that have given huge equalization fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I support this motion. Santi.
Honorable Speakers, it is now 6:30, time to adjourn the Senate. And as we adjourn the Senate, when the debate resumes on Tuesday, 2nd May 2023, we will call the mover to reply. The Senate, therefore, stands adjourned until Tuesday, 2nd May 2023 at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Especially in transmission of elections. So that is where we should be looking at. How do you monitor a digitized system of election? And I'm very disappointed even in development partners who are still living 40 years, 60 years ago when we didn't have digitized systems. And they look at the way people walked in, the way people got, voted. But how do you monitor how people, or rather how those results are transmitted? Mr. Speaker, can actually tell you as a matter of fact that I won, and I won by a very huge margin. But still part of my election was rigged. I only left because I beat my opponent by a very big margin. So I didn't want to go on and on about it. I have written in my book, Rig or Be Rigged, that one of the things that is bedeviling us as a country and as a continent is that. And until we deal with it, then we can attend every conference and attend every meeting, and it will not solve our problems in Africa. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I want to thank the Pan-African Parliament for dealing with is the issue of women's rights, and especially focusing on the Maputo Protocol. I know that Kenya is a party to the Maputo Protocol, but our challenge, because the Maputo Protocol talks very strongly on the issue of reproductive rights of women. Unfortunately, in this country, when especially our religious sector hear the word reproductive, you would actually think that reproductive is worse than the case that happened in Kilifi. That it's more sin to talk of reproductive, yet people are reproducing, including pastors. So I don't know why reproduction is a sin. I would want to encourage the religious leaders to know that reproduction is not a sin. When you hear us talking, so I'm actually bringing a bill called Family Reproductive Healthcare Bill. When you see it, don't be on the defensive.
Honorable Millie Odhiambo, did you forget that the Speaker is your uncle?
Yeah. Thank you, my uncle, Mr. Speaker. But it is true. Everybody reproduces, including pastors. The only people who don't reproduce, I know, is in the Catholic Church, where people who have committed themselves to serve God. But some also sometimes sin is all over the world. So you even find people who have committed to serving the Lord sometimes are swayed to reproduce. And because of that, I would want to encourage that as a country, when we do finally bring that reproductive healthcare, family reproductive healthcare bill, let us look at it soberly, because we are having so many difficulties and challenges as women, and even as men. I've said it here before, that we have men suffering infertility and erectile issues, but we don't talk about them. In fact, my Kalenjin brothers are the ones who know. They have a term called kipka. Kipka means there are things that people don't talk about. There are things that are said in the bedroom and that. Yet actually, they are the things that affect us the most. So I'd want to say that I want to thank the Pan-African Parliament for raising this. Mr. Speaker, the only challenge that I'd want to say, which I saw in Pan-African Parliament, and one of the reasons I was not very persuaded to even go back, is me, I'm a person who is very output or results oriented. And Pan-African Parliament does not have a legislative authority. So what we do is we can say, let us have a model law, or the reports of Pan-African Parliament, even if you look at the one that is presented here, it comes more as a report of a conference or a workshop. But if it had legislative authority, like yesterday we were passing the 3 conventions relating to children. And Mr. Speaker, once we pass that here, it becomes binding on the country. But this report of Pan-African Parliament is more persuasive. It is not binding. So one of the things that I even raised when I was in Pan-African Parliament was that we need to give that parliament legislative authority. Let us see what European Parliament does, what other regional parliaments do. And as Africa, we will be saying we have problems when you have the African Union is still holding on to some residues of power. They don't want to let go of the legislative power to Pan-African Parliament. Let them let go that power to Pan-African Parliament so that we have an executive arm sitting at the AU, you have a legislative arm sitting in Midrand, and then you have now, because there are also, the suggestion here was also we have a criminal court in Africa that can deal with issues in Africa. But let us have that once we also have given the legislative arm teeth to bite. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage Honorable Mukami as the head of delegation, I'm presuming you are. I would want to encourage, because of some of the challenges, I'm not going to say which I've seen here, that we can consult outside here, but you need to do an amendment to the standing orders so that as a delegation, you are recognized specifically and you can give your reports without the back and forth that I've seen here before. Otherwise, I do support and I thank you for even doing a better job than we did when we were there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Millie. The Honorable Augustine Mwafrika, the MP for Oisambu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this glorious opportunity to add my voice in supporting this report. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that when I was in school, I remember we used to run that in Africa, when it comes to developed countries and developed countries, we used to run that in Africa we have only 2 developed countries. That time it used to be South Africa and Egypt. But today I'm told that they are like 5. The reason why I'm giving reference to this about developed countries is because Africa, with so many countries, is only 2 countries which are developed. Then I just wonder, when shall we be 10? When shall we be 20? And the reason why we should keep growing to those numbers is when African countries are stable, when there is peace. Mr. Speaker, the Pan-African Parliament, I would propose that they are supposed to be given tooth to bite, because there is a difference between a watchman who will watch thieves coming only to call the employer to inform that they are thieves. And there is that person who is supposed to enforce. This Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to be given more power, probably even to summon those political leaders who are creating conflict and violence in African countries. Summon them. And we are sad, Mr. Speaker, because right now, we as Africans and as leaders, we are looking Southern Sudan desperately. What is happening in Southern Sudan? What has been gained or has been gained around for the last 10 years in Southern Sudan, now it is going to the drain. It is very sad, Mr. Speaker. We know that if this Pan-African Parliament, if it is given more power, and we have confidence with it, if it can be given more power, it can be able to stop all the political conflicts within Africa as a continent. This
Honorable Mwafrika, do you need any information from the majority whip?
I don't need, but since he wants to raise a point of order,
you don't need,
he can be around probably.
Of order,
yes.
For a point of information, if you don't need the information,
yes,
it can't be given. So the question again is, do you need information from the majority whip or not?
I don't need.
Proceed.
The reason why, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that this Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, was inaugurated in 2004 to promote democracy and human rights. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of confidence in this court, and we want to say that the developed countries have been coming up with some conventions and treaties. If we give an example of the Rome Statute, which most of the developed countries are not a member, but they come on telling us, Africans, that this is good for us. But for them, they don't become members. This afternoon, Mr. Speaker, we dropped a motion about the convention and treaties. I wish, Mr. Speaker, if it had emanated from the Pan-African Court, because Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because we know it could have considered very much on culture and what have you, which regards to Africans. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to recommend that we have confidence in this Parliament, and we recommend that this Parliament be given more power, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this important report, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the committee for a very good job they have done, because this is very important. Mr. Speaker, Pan-African Parliament needs a lot of support, because this is a very good platform whereby, as Africans, we need to be proud of our continent, Mr. Speaker. And this is whereby we need to discuss the issue affecting our continent, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that if you look what is happening in Africa, it needs a lot of coming together and discussing the issues affecting our continent, Mr. Speaker. For example, Mr. Speaker, if we talk of climate change, in our continent, Mr. Speaker, we are affected. And this is the item we need to come and discuss as a continent. How can we do to contribute to our climate? How can we do to avoid this global warming? And as this Pan-Africa Parliament, I think these are the issues which will be discussed in there, and we need to support them, Mr. Speaker. When you see if you look at what is happening about this Ukraine war, Mr. Speaker, as Africa, we are affected. And Mr. Speaker, we need to come up and sit down as Africa, as a continent, and discuss how can we come up with a solution and avoid some of these things which is happening in our continent. Mr. Speaker, when there is a war, you see the economy is affected, Mr. Speaker. But if we can see, because Africa, we are feeding the West, we are feeding other continents, but because we don't have that kind of unity, Mr. Speaker, that's why sometimes we are misused by the West, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, it is a high time we need to support this parliament, Mr. Speaker. When we come together and discuss and agree on the issue of travel, we open our borders, and our children, our youth, we allow them to travel without a visa, to travel to other countries, to gain knowledge, some to do to further their studies without disturbance. Mr. Speaker, I remember 3 years ago, I was approached by one of my constituents who the daughter was wanted to go and further studies in South Africa. But they wanted to get a visa, and it was a challenge to them, Mr. Speaker. But if we come together and say as a continent, let's work together, let's open our borders, that will help our youth, and it's also help to promote education in our continent, Mr. Speaker. Technology has make the world to be to bring world to be a village, Mr. Speaker. And due to the technology, we have brains in Africa. Good doctors come from Africa, Mr. Speaker. And this is the high time. We need to bring them together. In this parliament, we discuss and pass some laws which will allow working environments. Someone to be coming from, if you come from Kenya, you go to South Africa, you don't need many documents to get employment. That will also contribute to the economy of Africa, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity and thank the committee and say I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Joshua Mwalio, the MP for Maseka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the report of the committee and for the well done, for the work well done. I would like to say that we as Africans, we need this Pan-African Parliament because this is where we can air our views as a coordinate and be able to know how each country is faring on as far as their economy is doing and also the peace of the country. Africans' countries are very rich in knowledge and even in resources. And we need to pass laws that can be able to protect these resources from being shipponed from this country by foreigners. If you go to where gold is mined, we will find that the foreign countries and the foreign big companies are the ones that normally mine these gold and diamonds and the oil and the gas. While we as Africans, we are employed there as employees in those companies. We need to be able to come together, even if it is to form big companies as a block, bring our resources together, form a mining company that can be able to mine gas as a country. Maybe 2 to 3 countries comes together, form a big block, which will be able to do a big business, rather than leaving everything to be shipped to other countries. For example, if you go to Kwale, you will find that the titanium which is being mined there is not being mined by Kenyans. is being mined by foreigners from Italy who are shipping everything to Italy, and they pay us whatever they want, the premium they want to pay. So we need this Pan-African Parliament to be able to make laws that empower our own Africans so that we can be able to trade. Number two, we need to be talking together as Africans, as African countries. We need this parliament to pass laws that will enable our presidents to come together and speak with one voice and say we are brothers. Why should we fight because we are neighbors? Why should we have quarrels because we are neighbors? By so doing, we are taking back all the progress that we have been able to, the achievements that we have been able to make, we are taking them behind. So we need this Pan-African Parliament to continue making good laws for progress, for prosperity. We also need free cross borders. From here to Nigeria, I go there without passport, without visa rather. I just walk in and do a business. I buy goods there, bring together and sell. But now if you want to do even a business in Tanzania here, you have so many things that are required. So this Pan-African Parliament should pass laws that are attractive, that are favorable even to the business people. So that is what I want us to be able to do as Africans, because we are one. We are blacks. Majority, why are you laughing at me? Number three, what we need as a parliament is that the laws that they pass in that parliament should be respected, should be rejected by the states that form the Pan-African Parliament, so that they can be able to be fulfilled in their own in the way they are passed. You see, you can pass a law and then it will never come to be implemented. So we need some implementations of the good laws, and the bad laws, we leave them out. With those few remarks, I want to stop there so that the other members can be able to contribute. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Kisumu is the Honorable Shakil Shabir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I acknowledge and note the report on the Pan-African Parliament that has been tabled, and it has raised a lot of concerns and a lot of good points. One of the things that, as an African, and I'm not a black African, but I'm a brown African, as my friend says, is that Africa has vision since the early 20th century to be combined as the Pan-African states of Africa. Gaddafi tried, the Egyptian Abdel Nasser tried, Lumumba tried, Nkrumah tried. The vision is excellent. The implementation and to take it across to be effective is not. Vision without implementation is hallucination. So we're wondering, there is the one in Addis Ababa. We have the Pan-African Parliament. We have the African Union. We have the Pan-African Parliament. We have ECOWAS. We have so many others. I sometimes wonder, and I've been to the Pan-African Parliament, I was not a participant, but I watched them, and I wondered whether this was a talk shop, because they do not make laws, as my colleague just said. It's really more like a conference of people to come and talk, And then there is a biggest problem that they have there is the question between Francophone and Anglophone, and then the Spanish phone. Now, you know, we Africans, when you're going to go be split between Anglophone and Francophone and Spanish phone, that's irrelevant. They're all Africans and we've all been colonized. And the point of the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament is to bring parliamentarians together so that they can form a body of understanding, so that they can understand what Kenya is about. We can understand what Uganda is about, what Botswana is about, what Mauritania is about, what Southern Sudan is about. The very fact that we are sitting here today and we see Southern Sudan, which is fallen into disarray, and now the Sudan, what is called the Arabic Republic of Sudan. Then we have the Ethiopians who are watching, and we have then we have these players from the Arab states and Israel and others watching and seeing how Sudan is disintegrating. Yet I have not seen one comment from the Pan-African Parliament. I have not seen one such comment from the African Union. It is sad. You know, the Pan-African Parliament should now get its act together. The Pan-African Parliament should no longer be a group of parliamentarians, each who have sovereignty, and a group of parliamentarians who go and sit in South Africa for 2 weeks every set period. We want to see results. We want to see how the Pan-African Parliament is going to be able to help in certain areas. Maybe when we're talking about Pan-Africanism, the issue of the sea boundaries. Why do we have to go to other people when we have the Pan-African Parliament in the African Union to tell us where the boundary of Kenya and the boundary of Somalia cross? Why can't we discuss that? Why can't we go and talk about other issues, whether it is Sudanese, whether it's the Nile Treaty? The Nile Treaty, Mr. Chair, was not drawn up by us. It was the Europeans. And yet my constituency at this moment is flooded because we are unable to desilt our rivers. We are unable to make channels. We are unable to put together dams because it's against the Nile Treaty. I think those are the issues that the Pan-African Parliament must look at. I was shocked and horrified at one time. There was a group of people who called themselves African chiefs who went to meet Gaddafi. And among them was the biggest crook that we have seen called Patini. Now, when did Patini become an African chief? I never know.
Honorable Shabir.
Yes, sir.
The standing orders do not allow you to mention a person.
Okay, I withdraw.
Defend himself.
I withdraw and apologize, but we did have somebody who definitely was not an African chief. But so the point that I'm making is we must not trivialize. We must not trivialize the fact that Africans want to get together. We must not trivialize the fact that common African unity is going to be the strength of Africa. We must not trivialize the fact that if we Africans get together, we are a force to reckon with. We must not trivialize the fact that why are there invisible boundaries? Why cannot I fly from here to Morocco without a visa? Why cannot I fly from here to somewhere else? We must also not trivialize the fact that we don't have a common currency between Kenya, Uganda, and other places. This is the sort of thing we must look at. We must look at the European Union, and as you see, Mr. Chair, Britain went out of the European Union, and you can see the economic state of affairs in Britain. So these are the facts, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we must try our best to accentuate the positive in respect of the Pan-African Parliament and the African unity.
Shakil Shabir, the Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, the MP for Rangwe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support this particular report And I think this report, Honorable Speaker, has been much debated and ventilated upon by members, and I should arise to call that the mover be called to reply.
Is it the mood of the House that the mover should be called upon to reply? Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the members who have contributed on this motion, and I want to assure them that I have heard their sentiments, and I want to assure them that they are well represented in Pan-African Parliament. I wanted to confirm to the members from Machakos that in South Africa now the visas are free. You can go to South Africa without any visa. Honorable Speaker, I urge the House to adopt the report of Pan-African Parliament, and I beg to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. For good reasons, the question on the motion will be put when the House next sits, and when the matter will be so scheduled by the House Business Committee for Business. But I'm very pleased with the debates made. I wish we could pick this, particularly the relevant committees and the mover, for some firm resolutions in terms of how we can improve the operations of the Pan-African Parliament. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, on the time being 7:00 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 2nd day of May 2023 at 2:30 p.m.